Thank you very much. I ask that we be standing, if I may bring the room to order, and that you may stand at attention, please, wherever you are, for the singing of the national anthem of Zimbabwe, led by the sound desk. Thank you very much. I pray we be seated. May we please be seated. Thank you very much. A very good morning to each one of you. I will ask once again, a very good morning to each one of you. Thank you for responding. A very good morning, and thank you so much for coming through and being part of this, the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair International Business Conference 2025. And as we are aware, this is our flagship. This is our premier, a platform for high-level conversations on socioeconomic and industrial policy issues. We're here gathered together as the government of Zimbabwe, as the diplomatic corps, the private sector. All stakeholders are in this room to make sure that we can make our great nation thrive and we can make it prosperous. My name is Maimba Mapuranga, and I'll be your master of ceremonies this morning. Allow me at this juncture to go through the day's salutations. The Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, General Retired Honorable Dr. CDGN Chiwenga, our guest of honor this morning. Our Speaker of Parliament, Honorable J. Mudenda. The Chief Secretary of the President and Cabinet, Dr. Rushwaya, and the Deputy Chief Secretaries that are here present. Our Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Ndlovu. Other Cabinet Ministers here present. I have seen Cabinet Ministers coming to support. We acknowledge and recognize you. The Deputy Minister, the Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, Honorable Jane Ncube, and other ministers of state for provincial affairs and devolution here present. Your Excellencies from foreign embassies accredited to the nation of Zimbabwe and members of the diplomatic corps, the chairman of the Public Service Commission, Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Modi, and other deputy ministers here present, the ZITF board chairman, Mr. Moyo, Busisa Moyo, NECF national chairperson, co-chairperson, Mr. KC Katsande, NECF steering committee, co-chairperson, Dr. MC Bima, Secretary for Industry and Commerce, Dr. Utete Ushe, heads of ministries and senior government officials here present, Mayor of the city of Bulawayo, Councillor D. Coltert, mayors of other cities, all municipalities and traditional chiefs that are here present, Acting Executive Secretary of the NECF, Mr. M. Muzite, ZITF Company, Chief Executive Officer, Dr. N. Ndebele, Captains of Industry and Commerce, members of the Diplomatic Corps, once again, distinguished participants, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. As you have noted, I've gone through a long salutation. I will ask speakers that are coming after me to ride after my salutation, of course, after having gone through our guests of honor, the Speaker of Parliament, our Chief Secretary, Minister of State, and Minister of Industry, and thereafter, please, it's all protocols observed. As it is a business conference, it is important that we get to the business of the day. We are efficient and we make our presentations with purpose. Allow me to come through for the welcome address. The Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, Honorable Judith Ncube, to come through and address us. I know you can do better. I know you can do better. A big round of applause as she comes through, ladies and gentlemen. As she's coming through, once again, as she's coming through, may I please ask our chairperson of the board to come through and take seat at the front. Mr. Busisa Moyo, Chairman Moyo, please come and take a seat. And if I can also ask the moderator for the next panel discussion, Mr. Alois Burutsa, please come and take your seat. And I would also like to ask Mr. Oswald Bina, Chairman, CEO's Roundtable, and I would also like to ask CZI CEO, Ms. Sekai Kuvarika, please come and take your seats at the front, please, before we start this session. Mr. Oswald? Represented by Mr. Gunda. Gibson, please come through. You may go this way. Mr. Gunda? I will proceed once he is here. He will then join the panel. Allow me now to ask our Honorable Minister of State to please come through and make the welcome address.
Salvonan, Zimbabwe. A very good morning to us all. Allow me to recognize the Director of Ceremonies, our guest of honor, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Dr. General Retired CGDN Chiwenga, Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable N.M. Lovo, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion, Honorable Professor Mthuli Ncube, maybe he's represented by someone, all honorable ministers here present, Deputy Ministers here present, Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, Dr. Thomas W. Hushe, all Permanent Secretaries here present, Secretary for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, Mr. Pinyoni, other Secretaries for Provincial Affairs and Devolution here present, ambassadors, all senior government officials here present, Chairperson of the board, ZITF company, Ubaba Ubusisa Moyo, foreign and local exhibitors, all panelists here present, moderators here present, private sector, invited guests, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning and a warm welcome to you all to the ZITF Lapa Bulawayo International Business Conference. It is a great honor and privilege to stand before you today at this prestigious event which unites leaders, innovators, and business experts from across the globe to discuss the future of business, trade, and investment prospects. As we gather here today, we are not just part of an ordinary conference, we are part of a gathering that marks a significant milestone in the continued growth and transformation of our economy. The ZITF International Business Conference serves as a powerful platform for dialogue, the exchange of ideas, and forging collaborations that will drive sustainable economic development and growth, both locally in Bulawayo, across Zimbabwe, across Africa, and the world. In the face of global challenges, such as shifting economic landscapes, technological disruptions, and increasing demands for sustainability, events like this remind us of the profound power of collaboration and innovation. Our collective efforts are crucial in navigating these challenges and finding creative solutions to the opportunities they present. As we look at the Bulawayo economy, we recognize its potential as a hub for industrial growth and innovation, serving not only our local communities, but also contributing to Zimbabwe's broader economic resurgences. Furthermore, Bulawayo, with its rich industrial heritage and strategic location, stand poised to reclaim its role as a center of manufacturing and innovation in Zimbabwe. Our discussions here today are not just theoretical, they will have really implications for the livelihoods of our people and the resilience of our local industries. As we engage with regional and international partners, we must explore ways to revitalize our industrial base, leveraging technology and sustainable practices to meet both locally and global demands. The theme of this conference, Revitalizing Industrialization for Zimbabwe's Economic Resurgence, resonates deeply with the aspirations of our nation. It is a call to action for all stakeholders, government, private sector, and civil society to come together and foster an environment conducive to growth and sustainability. We must harness the collective wisdom and expertise present in this room to address the unique challenges we face, such as access to finance, infrastructure deficits, and skills development. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of our international guests and participants. Your involvement enriches our discussions and emphasizes the importance of global partnerships in achieving our shared goals. We are excited, indeed we are, to learn from your experiences and insights, which will undoubtedly help us strengthen our ties and explore new avenues for collaboration. Together, we can create synergies that will not only enhance our industrial capabilities, but also contribute to the broader African agenda for economic integration and sustainable development. As we embark on various discussions today, I encourage each of you to engage with an open mind, to learn from one another, and to seek opportunities to build lasting relations that will benefit us all. Let us embrace the spirit of innovation and creativity that is essential in today's rapidly changing economic landscape. The journey towards revitalizing industrialization requires us to think outside the box and to be willing to experiment with new ideas and approaches. In conclusion, I look forward to the productive discussions and meaningful partnerships that will emerge from this conference. Let us work together towards a brighter and more prosperous future, not just for Bulawayo and Zimbabwe, but for the entire African continent and our global community. The path ahead may be challenging, but through collaboration, innovation, and a shared vision for sustainable development, we can achieve our goals. Thank you once again for your presence and participation. I wish you all a successful and enriching conference, and let us embark on this journey together, united in our commitment to revitalizing industrialization and fostering economic resiliency. I thank you.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was about to ask him, I also need, how are you? I'm fine. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will move with our program. Allow me, if I can ask Dr. Gaku Funabashi, Associate Professor of International University, Japan, and Senior Advisor of JICA, to come and join us here. Please come and join us here. And in my salutation as well, allow me today to recognize and acknowledge members of the ZANU-PF Politburo that are here present, the ruling party, that are also led by Lieutenant General retired Dr. E.A. Rugeje. We recognize you. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. That being said, allow me to move and ask our chairperson of the board, ZITF company, positioning Zimbabwe's industry for global competitiveness, if he may come through and give his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. The Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Dr. CDGN Chiwenga, the Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Advocate Mudenda, the Minister of State for Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, Honorable Umama J. Ngube, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable N.M. Ndlovu, the Mayor of the City of Bulawayo, Councillor David Coltart. Allow me also to recognize my fellow board members, represented by the Vice Chairman, Ubaba Upromise Ngube, and other board members who are here present and whom I represent. In the Greek, there are two words for time. Unlike English, where we only have the word time, in the Greek, they have two words for time: chronos and kairos. Chronos is the quantitative sequential passage of time in equal allotments, hence the term chronological order. Kairos, however, speaks to a more qualitative aspect of time. The notion that not all moments are equal, but some are weightier than others. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 52 weeks in a year, but ZITF week is a weightier week than other weeks in the year. A more opportune time for public and private sector dialogue between academia and private sector, foreign development partners, and our authorities in government. Not all weeks are the same, and not all discussions have the same outcome. And so it is with great enthusiasm, Honorable Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, to mark this week by welcoming you all to the Zimbabwe International Business Conference 2025 at the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair. An event that serves as a cornerstone to industrial progress and business collaboration in Zimbabwe and beyond. We are gathered here under the theme Revitalizing Industrialization for Zimbabwe's Economic Resurgence. An urgent and strategic focus as our nation works towards achieving Vision 2030 and redefining its role in the international trade arena. And this year marks a truly historic moment because this is the 65th edition of the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair. I was trying to look for the word 65 in different languages. I could only come up with Portuguese, 65. Amachumi ayisithupha lanhlanu. 65 years. When I mentioned to the Honorable Vice President that is our 65th edition, and the staff researched on what does it mean to be 65 years or to commemorate the 65th edition of anything, and they came up with this concept of the Blue Sapphire edition. And the Vice President was quick to point out that the Blue Sapphire is a very rare stone. It's not easy to find. And so it is a very rare thing for a company to bring people for 65 years, for 6 decades and 5 years. I saw the Honorable Minister, a round of applause. She felt she was a minority by herself, but I'm going to invite you to put your hands together for the ZITF company serving you for 65 years. It is indeed a milestone. 6.5 decades of exhibition excellence. And this anniversary reflects resilience, growth, and unwavering commitment to industrial development. More than just a celebration, this Blue Sapphire edition signals our continuous push towards fostering economic transformation, attracting investment, and cementing Zimbabwe's standing in local, regional, and global markets. As an institution dedicated to advancing trade and industrialization, the ZITF company's role is multifaceted with a focus of showcasing Zimbabwe's economic and industrial potential. We project what is happening in Zimbabwe to the world. And we do this by hosting premier exhibitions such as the ZITF that connect local businesses with global partners to promote trade, investment opportunities, and entrepreneurship in general. The Zimbabwe International Trade Fair is our flagship exhibition showcase. We have many others, but this is our flagship showcase, held annually in April, usually on the last week of April, as a melting pot for local, regional, and international businesses to meet, connect, facilitate business exchanges. And in addition to the ZITF, we also host the Livestock Conference, which was held earlier this year, the Technology Expo, the Mining, Engineering, and Transport Exhibition, which is Mine Entra. I do have some slides. I hope they are showing them on the screens there. And then we have Scholastica, an education and careers training exhibition. And this year, for the first time, we will have the Green Business Expo and the Africa Infrastructure Built Environment Confex, or AfriConfex. That's our calendar of exhibitions that we host as the ZITF company. It is important to note that industrialization is the bedrock of sustainable economic growth. And for Zimbabwe to be globally competitive, we must shift from commodity-driven exports to high-value processed goods. And I think I had a slide for you. Maybe they can't show it, that our value-added exports are under 5% of what is exported. We export maybe $10 billion of things out of Zimbabwe, but only a very small percentage, 5% of that, is value-added exports. So the need for industrialization, and under the guidance of our line ministry, to foreground and focus on the issue of industrialization is very appropriate, because we have this anomaly. And so we are exposed to the vagaries of price changes that befall most primary commodities that are exported. Ladies and gentlemen, this cannot remain the same. We have to have conversations about how we change that, because only then can we have sustainable employment, sustainable economic growth. The industrial landscape in Zimbabwe and Africa presents both opportunities and challenges. Africa contributes less than 2% of global manufacturing output, and yet it holds 60% of the world's unused arable land and has vast mineral resources. Zimbabwe's manufacturing sector accounts for approximately 12% of GDP, but high production costs and antiquated technologies hinder competitiveness in some sectors. Over 70% of African exports are raw materials. I've already mentioned this, meaning billions of dollars are lost in revenue due to lack of local value addition. In comparison, industrialized economies generate up to 5 times more revenue from the same raw material. Now, I was in an African country that exports cocoa, but when they re-import chocolate, it is 5-10 times what they exported. Somebody will say, well, that's the way trade is. But perhaps we should start in this world of changing tariffs and changing regimes of world trade. Perhaps we should take a second look at what we are exporting as Africa and taking to the rest of the world. At present, Zimbabwe's value-added exports remain below 6%. I had a very nice slide, but alas, technology is not with us this morning. These statistics underscore the urgent need for strategic industrialization, investment in manufacturing capabilities, and aggressive policies that drive local production. I will leave the theme for our distinguished guests of panelists to do justice. Let me now turn to the must-see places at this year's edition of ZITF. To our esteemed visitors, ZITF 2025 offers an unmatched experience with key areas worth exploring. Hall 4 comprises of our foreign exhibitors, multinational companies, leading Zimbabwean business enterprises. Hall 3 comprises of education and training institutions and service providers in the education and training sector. While Hall 2, which is just next door here, comprises the micro, small, and medium enterprises. Hall 1 comprises of the construction, home improvement, and related enterprises. So you see we've grouped our exhibitors in various groupings, and I will encourage you all to traverse these 22 hectares today and the following days to see what our distinguished exhibitors are projecting and putting on show. Our ZITF offices and diary expo outlook. For those seeking assistance or business facilitation, our ZITF offices are conveniently located close to Gate 4, near the exhibition center, serving as a resource hub for inquiries, exhibitor engagements, and trade facilitation. The Expo Diary promises a dynamic lineup of industry-focused discussions, networking sessions, and sector-specific conferences, including forums on technology held by our Ministry of ICT. And yesterday we had a very exciting meeting on rural industrialization in this very auditorium. We also have business matchmaking sessions. Yesterday we have several delegations, but one of those delegations comes out of India. We have 12 high-level delegates from India who are looking to matchmake, looking for investment opportunities that we spent time with yesterday, connecting them to various local enterprises and as well as foreign investors and buyers. There are sideline events beyond the main exhibition, which are aimed at enriching your experience. These include cocktails held in collaboration with the British Embassy, which we had yesterday, our welcome cocktail for all our exhibitors, the ZITF Charity Golf Challenge, and then on Saturday, for those that enjoy dancing, the Bulawayo Shutdown concert. We are not the ones putting together, but in partnership with an entertainment company that will be held on Saturday evening to make sure that you are fully entertained. I'm pleased to announce just very briefly, again, I had some nice pictures for you, that last year we did unveil our ambitious plan to upgrade ZITF grounds into a smart exhibition city. And we have made a lot of progress in finalizing a term sheet with Terrace Africa and its partners to develop a modern shopping center near the arena area, and they have committed to invest $12 million to the development of this retail shopping center. We have opened up to expressions of interest to develop the convention center, the 4- and 5-star hotel precinct, also on ZITF grounds, in line with NDS 1 and the follow-up in NDS 2 to upgrade exhibition facilities and the MICE industry so that we continue to attract high caliber exhibitions and exhibitors. Just a few housekeeping issues as I round up. I'm a big fan of data science and machine learning, and we are acceding to the call to share vital statistics for ZITF. And there is a form, a Google form that is available on our websites that you can download. And in that form, you fill in, it's just 5 questions. It will take you less than 2-3 minutes to answer those questions. Please go to our Twitter handle, ZITF1, the number 1, ZITF Company on LinkedIn, ZITF Company on Facebook, and there's a Google form on there. You can download it. This is so that we can track statistics of deals that are clinched or deals that are concluded during ZITF, so that we advise the public. Because people ask, well, we come to ZITF, it's just a talk show. It's not true. There are lots of transactions that are concluded at ZITF, but this year we're taking a step to make sure that we statistically compile the data that backs those transactions that are concluded. Honorable Vice President, as we embark on today's discussions, I'm urging every stakeholder, business leaders, policymakers, academia, entrepreneurs, investors, to see ZITF as more than a trade show. It's a catalyst, a facilitator to Zimbabwe's industrial advancement, a platform for strategic engagements, an opportunity to position our industries for global excellence. We will be making resolutions. That's another change. We'll be making resolutions, and this is at the advice of the Honorable Vice President, that he would like a compendium of resolutions that we commit to do as we get responses from our policymakers. So let us bring out the issues, let us engage, because these resolutions, in line with our partners, the NECF, whom I would like to recognize as our partners in this event. The NECF is part of the Office of the President and Cabinet. We will compile a compendium of all the resolutions, of all the discussions that have been held at ZITF through our line ministry, and hand those over to the Office of the President and Cabinet, which is the highest office in the land. Ladies and gentlemen, let us engage purposefully, forge lasting partnerships, and commit to making Zimbabwe's industry globally competitive. The conversations and collaborations initiated here will define the future and that of our children and our children's children. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Allow me now to move with our program as well to the next speaker from the manufacturing sector, who's going to give us a manufacturing sector overview, manufacturing survey analysis. I'm going to ask Ms. Sekai Kovarika, the CEO, to please come and give us the presentation. Let's give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I will ask that the next presentations be under 10 minutes. I will ask that they be under 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. I will obey the instruction from the Master of Ceremonies, but with his permission, I would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge and recognize the guest of honor here, the Honorable Vice President, General Retired Dr. CGDN Chiwenga, and allow me to then stand on the protocols that have already been observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My presentation, I will try to be short. It was initially supposed to be 20 minutes, but I'll try to contain it in the 10 minutes that we have been given. The structure of my presentation is going to start by putting our manufacturing sector into context, just characterizing the Zimbabwe manufacturing sector. I will go on to look at the performance of the manufacturing sector in summary, and then derive some of the key insights for both business and policy from the 2024 manufacturing sector survey results. And I will speak to industrialization after that, looking at some of the key pointers in terms of what we can do to drive industrialization. So when we look at the Zimbabwe manufacturing sector, according to NASA statistics or their database of 2021, we had about 4,552 manufacturing firms with at least 10 employees. And when we also then look at the sizes of our manufacturing entities, in this year's survey, we used turnover as a measure of whether the manufacturing entities are small, medium, or large. And as you can see from there, we have 53% that are small, 20% medium enterprises, and 27% of the sample of 412 entities that we surveyed, which are large entities. So what does this mean? It does mean that over 70% of our manufacturing entities are in the small and medium category. Thank you very much. I am facing height challenges, but thank you to the moderator. Then, when we look at 2023, we did use number of employees as a measure of small, medium, and large, but still, it means that the majority of our entities are in the small and medium-sized category of manufacturing. The other variable that we looked at was the age of manufacturing entities in the economy. And when we look at that, we see that from 0 to 50 years, we have 83% of the entities. 0 to 20 years, about 56%. The significance of that is that the majority of these entities were actually started post-independence. And the implication is that these are local manufacturers. So we do have a mix of multinationals, of local entities, of small and medium enterprises, of startups in the manufacturing sector. So when we are talking about the Zimbabwe manufacturing sector, we are talking about Zimbabwean businesses in the majority of the businesses that comprise the manufacturing sector. When we look at contribution, we may not be able to tell whether it is the larger entities and older entities that are contributing more in terms of the total manufacturing output. But our guess is that maybe the larger entities, which constitute a smaller percentage, may be contributing more. And this is the distribution of the distribution of the entities across the regions, with Harare having 51% and Bulawayo 20% as the largest centers of manufacturing in the economy. Then when we look at manufacturing performance trends, I think that graph is self-explanatory. Suffice to say that when you look at the past 4 or 5 years, we've been trending around the 50s, so there's not been major movement. And for 2023 into 2024, the movement was quite marginal. I think it was about 0.9% difference in capacity utilization. And then in terms of GDP contribution, again, the graph is self-explanatory. But the question to ask is, could this be the impact of the growth of other sectors? I'm sorry, this is misplaced. The note there was supposed to be, is this an indication of deindustrialization? Or is it the impact of the growth of other sectors which has seen the decline in manufacturing contribution to GDP? So in comparison to other sectors, as you can see, the manufacturing sector is contributing less. And you can also see that in terms of trends in the performance of the economic sectors, the manufacturing sector is probably the only one that is trending downwards. This picture would not have been a problem if we were now not seeing the majority of the growth only coming from the primary sectors when we are talking about advancing value addition. So it means that, or it probably means that we are not translating the growth in agriculture and the growth in our mining sector into value addition, which translates to manufacturing growth, as it were. So there is a sense of a missed opportunity that is there. So again, I'm trying to refer to my earlier comment that the trends that we are seeing, do they speak to deindustrialization? When we also look at our rankings on the industrialization rankings in the AFDB 2022 report, which is the last one that we could, or the latest one that we could locate, you can see that in Africa, we are number 32. Then when we look at the Competitive Industrial Performance Index from UNIDO, when you look at Zimbabwe against other SADC countries, you can see that we are number 8 out of 12 countries that were ranked. And in Africa, we are 20 out of 29 countries that were ranked. And globally, we are 124 out of 143 countries that were ranked here. So clearly, I think that there is some element of indication that we are probably trending towards deindustrialization, and we need, as the theme of the conference here today states, to revitalize our manufacturing sector and reindustrialize so that we can accelerate industrialization. I will skip that. But when we look at our capacity to produce and export, again, it is one area where we are not doing very well. And one of the key areas one of the key indicators there is the capacity to produce and export manufactured goods. Again, I'm trying to make a case about deindustrialization so that we can make an even stronger case about a new industrial policy that can transform our manufacturing sector, but also transform our economy. I will skip the slide on low competitiveness and the dominance of primary products, as this has been mentioned by Mr. Moyo. Then when we look at the 2024 manufacturing sector survey results, I think from the slides, we can see that there hasn't been a huge movement. It's almost trending around the same range of performance. And then when we look at our output for 2024, there was a marginal decrease, which was 0.5%. But what are the implications that are presented or represented by the unused or excess or idle capacity that we then have in the manufacturing sector? When you look at this graph here, you can see that we have a consistent increase of imports of consumer goods and a decrease in capacity utilization. So the implication is that we do have loss of domestic market share for our locally produced for our locally manufactured goods. And this loss of domestic market share also represents an economic opportunity or a missed opportunity that we ought to realize and maybe realize quite quickly through measures that would address competitiveness in the economy. Again, when we look at our raw materials, we are a highly import-dependent manufacturing sector, and we are also looking at this as an economic opportunity or an industrialization opportunity. So if you look at the high rates of import dependence across the manufacturing subsectors, it also means that our participation in the regional and global value chains is limited. And we say this because when we look at global trade, we now have more trade in intermediate goods globally than we have in finished products. 50% of globally exported goods are intermediate goods. About maybe 59 or 49% imported goods are also intermediate goods. So there is definitely an economic case for us to try and localize these value chains in the manufacture of intermediate goods. But the aim is not just localization. It is also to unlock our participation in the regional and global value chains where there is a lot of value traded in intermediate goods. I would like to give also an example under the intermediate goods, as it were. So one of the opportunities when we look at the Zimbabwean manufacturing sector is the packaging industry. Sorry, I'm struggling with this pointer, but I'll carry on with my presentation. So the packaging industry is one of the opportunity areas. It is estimated that the total market size for packaging in this economy to supply the whole manufacturing sector is plus or minus $300 million. But of that 300 million, our installed capacity is probably about 70–80%. So clearly there's a gap that could be supplied by new investments or by unlocking competitiveness that could allow the current operators to also expand. The opportunities in manufacturing our intermediate goods, we have termed it manufacturing for manufacturing. And it's an area for potential entrepreneurship development. And incentives in manufacturing for manufacturing can be treated like targeted subsidies, because you are addressing an area that is clearly non-existent, as the supply of these intermediate goods are not there. And you are also able to then target your incentives to new entities, which are SMEs and startups that may need it the most. So targeting those could also be beneficial. And when we look at the importation of our intermediate goods, in 2021, we tried to use Reserve Bank statistics, and we estimated that we imported close to $3 billion of intermediate goods and raw materials in 2021. So that is a potential that could be realized by a number of maybe seemingly smaller entities where the opportunities may not look like they are $500 million or $1 billion industries coming out of intermediate goods manufacturing, but their collective value would have very significant impacts on the economy. So I had a few examples of other products which I will skip. But I wanted to probably highlight one of the key messages that we have in terms of the case for unlocking the idle capacity that we have in the economy. Unutilized or excess capacity in the manufacturing sector has remained significantly high, despite a substantial fall from 60% in 2018 to below 50% in 2020. Since 2020, unused capacity in manufacturing sector has been stagnated around an average of 45%. And since most firms have installed capacities targeting both the domestic and foreign markets, reduced demands for exports also creates excess capacity. Idle machinery and labor represent lost output and revenue to the producers and to tax revenue. A 45% unutilized installed capacity can increase output by approximately the same number, about 45%. And a median firm from about 150 firms with a capacity utilization of 45% employs an average of 1.23 employees. I know there's no fraction of a human being per capacity utilization unit. This translates to 56 employees per median firm operating at 45% capacity utilization. Therefore, reducing unutilized capacity may significantly reduce idle employees and increase employment in the manufacturing sector. Unutilized capacity increases fixed costs, as we are all aware, and fixed costs are spread on smaller output produced from 55% of capacity instead of 100%. With a linear output capacity utilization relationship, a 45% unutilized capacity in our manufacturing sector increases the fixed cost per unit by at least 80%. Reducing unutilized capacity will reduce the overall cost of production and increase economies of scale for our manufacturing industry. I'm about to close. And this will improve our competitiveness, as we know. I just wanted to give one example, which is from a Chinese study, where a 1% cut in tax fees reduces idle capacity by 0.6%. But in our case, where idle capacity is significant, a 1% reduction in taxes, or 2%, or 3%, would have a significant impact on the unused capacity. And this can be recouped through the increased output, through VAT and other taxes related to employment. I will skip the slides on policy, and I think I'll just speak to my closing message. My apologies for the time. I think I wanted to quote this, which I think is quite significant. It's from a UNDP working paper. A preoccupation with the current obstacles to manufacturing growth misses the point. Disadvantages are not the problem. It is what we do to address them that matters, consistently, pragmatically, and effectively. It is the ability to capitalize on strengths and address shortcomings that determine success or failure. Every country starts from a low base, and it is the ability to overcome constraints through a strategic vision, sustained reform, and effective execution that determines success. Business and government are shareholders in the economy, and collaboration to unlock growth in our industry and to re-industrialize is an important part of our responsibilities. Every developing country that succeeded in manufacturing started with imperfect institutions, insufficient factor endowments, and other challenges. Some were far from markets, others had excessive bureaucratic licensing and high trade barriers. Others began the process with relatively low levels of human capital. We just need to accelerate the process of data-driven, evidence-driven policymaking to ensure that we are more deliberate and strategic about industrialization and our manufacturing sector. We can do this. Thank you.
Once again, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for that presentation on the Zimbabwean business landscape. Thank you very much. And moving from everything, the presentation that you've made with regards to Zimbabwe, I would like now to invite, before I do that actually, allow me, I was going to do it later, but I'm going to do it now and I'll continue doing it, where I would like to acknowledge our guest of honor for this conference to be a success today. It is because of partners that the ZITF company has joined with, and I would like to acknowledge a thought leader in business banking solutions, who is our platinum sponsor, Nedbank. Please, let's give a big round of applause to Nedbank. Or you can do better than that. You can do better. Thank you so much to this leading banking bank that has that has partnered, of course, with the ZITF company. I'm now going to announce all the other sponsors. We have got our gold sponsor, NASA. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have POSB, SERDIC, Traffic Safety Council, Sinosteel, Zemasco. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our sponsors. Let's once again give all our sponsors a round of applause. From the Zimbabwe business landscape, allow me now to invite all the way from Japan, Dr. Funabashi. Associate Professor of International University, Japan, and Senior Advisor, who's going to come and speak to us with how Japan has succeeded. Oh, this one, sir. This one, sir. How Japan has succeeded in their industrialization. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
So I can move with this. Okay. Thank you so much. 10 minutes. Okay. I was told that I have to finish in 10 minutes, but maybe 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. Nungwanani and Salbunani, Zimbabwe. Today, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'm supposed to talk about the strategy for the industrialization and experience in Japan. Because the time is limited, the thing that I want to talk about is not much, but I hope at least I can talk about some implications for Zimbabwe. First, looking at these photos, what do you think? Which industry, Japanese industry, could gain the competitiveness? Which industry we couldn't or we are losing? Or because time is limited, let me give you the answer right now. Looking at all these photos, left bottom, it's a big plant of the chemical industry. Unfortunately, according to the statistics, we couldn't gain the competitiveness in the past. For electronics products, we did. Unfortunately, we are losing. Why we are losing? Because there is some reasons, and I will explain the reasons. And I would like the people in Zimbabwe to understand in what situations you can gain the competitiveness and you will not lose the competitiveness. Again, compare several industries using the International Competitiveness Index. That is very simple index, no? Export minus import divided by export plus import. And the maximum number we can get is 1.0. So if one industry is close to 1.0, it's very competitive. No? We can export a lot. Automobile industries and electronics industries was good. Again, the chemical industry not. And again, that is because of the technological characteristic of each industry. And in some industries, the way the Japanese organization, companies manage fits to the technological characteristics, some others not. And now, because today I don't have much time, I want to focus on one issue. It's about the productivity. But especially I would like to talk about the value-added labor productivity, because this is some figures, not from Japan, but for this country. Left side, it's GDP per capita, changes with GDP per capita. Right side, it's the value-added amount, changes of the value-added amount, both in service industries and manufacturing industries. Lady just explained about the situation of the manufacturing industry in this country. And, well, if we look at right up figures, it seems manufacturing industry is small and doesn't contribute much to the development of GDP per capita economy. But if I change these figures a little bit, compress these figures, you can see even the shape of the manufacturing industry value-added amount is identical to the changes of GDP per capita. So this figure, value-added labor productivity, no, maybe that is a figure that all enterprises or anybody in the government can think of if you want to develop the economy and also develop specific industry and develop the businesses of individual companies. Now, let me talk about 1, 2, 3 figures. One indicator, value-added labor productivity, that is what I already explained. And today, before you leave this room, at least I would like you to remember 2 elements for this one indicator, and 3 actions you can make for improving 2 elements. What is 2 elements? One is physical productivity, that is the number of products or services produced, provided per staff, employees in the industry or in the company. Value added per product, that is the value added amount per products which was sold. And to improve these 2 elements, 3 actions basically you can make: capital investment, on-site system improvement, and quality improvement. As I explained, each industry has different technological characteristics. Sometimes on-site system improvement, that is not so important, because to improve the physical productivity, capital investment matters. Of course, for any industries, quality improvement or new product development is very important for improving the value added per product. For the industries, again, the Japanese industries could gain the competitiveness. Those are the industries with the characteristic that even the on-site system improvement works. And let me explain how it works. Again, 2 photos. Right side, it's the same photo, chemical plant. Left side, it's a factory of the car. What is the big difference? The big difference, left side, you can see the people. Right side, you cannot see. Of course, even in the right side photo, in big plant, there's the people working, but in the operation room. Because in the factory of the car, people are involved, do the operation at the site of the production. Whenever they find some problems, issues, or they got some ideas for the improvement, it is possible to change it even every day. We call it continuous improvement. But the big chemical plant, once it is built, it is difficult to find out some improvement points by the people because it's big and people are not there, and it was difficult to implement this continuous improvement. What makes a difference? If the people involved in this continuous improvement with their ideas from the people at the site of the production, that means people working over there are learning something by doing the operation. This learning by doing is very important for the accumulation of the knowledge, new knowledge. And this knowledge they can get from the side of the production, that is something that their competitors cannot see. If their competitor cannot see, it will be the big advantage and the source of the competitiveness. Now, one other characteristic of the technology, the car or electronics products, before various product components, parts and components are involved, and each component's parts should be designed for each model. It is different from the computer you have. If you have the computer from, let's say, Dell, do you have to buy USB memory from Dell? No, you don't have to. Do you have to buy the mouse from Dell? No, you don't have to. Why? Because there is a unified shape for the connector. We call it modular architecture type of products, while the car or electronic products before, we call it integral architecture type of products, because specially developed parts and components are necessary, and different kind of technology are combined in one. Do you know this product? Well, if you are young, you don't know it, because you never watched movie with this kind of products. If you are rather elder people like me, maybe you use it when you are young. Oh, this is called videotape recorder. Videotape recorder, if you break it and look at inside, it is a mixture of various kind of technology. And those technology, of course, put it in one, sounds simple, but connecting different technology and make it work smoothly, it's very difficult. In the beginning of 1980s, before Koreans and Taiwanese entered the market, there are about 17 companies which produce and sell this kind of products. Out of 17, what do you think how many of them were Japanese? Well, again, because I have to finish very quickly, let me give you the answer. 15 out of 17 were Japanese. Why in the world only 2 are from other countries and 15 are from Japan? Because it is a mixture of various kind of technology and difficult to combine it. Of course, to develop these industries, integral architecture products, human resources is important. As a support policy that government can think of, one thing, human resource development, I will show you one figure. For the mechanical engineering electronics, the number of graduates from the university in Japan in 1960s, 70s, and beginning of 1980s, although the population of US is almost double of Japan, we educated much more people in this field. And these people contributed a lot for the development of the industry, while the chemical industry was not. So one thing, human resources development, of course, as everybody understands, it's important. Quality and also number matters. Let me skip this. So let me quickly finish talking about the Japanese management. If you have studied management theory, there are many management theories and schools of management. And Japanese management is not familiar with all kinds of management theory, but rather it is familiar with resource-based or dynamic capability theory, because it talks about intangible resources and inimitable resources, difficult for competitors to imitate. Again, learning by doing, remember the learning by doing at the site of the production. If you do it, if you accumulate such kind of resources, new knowledge is from the side of the production, then that will be the source of competitiveness. Now, thinking about Zimbabwe and the company in this country, how they do this kind of learning by doing situations. In the case of Japan, because of some customs for the employment and so on, people, once they started working in one organization, they could experience various units, department, divisions within the organization. So they gained a different kind of knowledge, or it was easy to communicate with the people in different divisions to share the information. Now, this information sharing is one keyword for the accumulation of intangible and inimitable resources, which can be the source of competitiveness. In Zimbabwe, of course, you have different employment customs. I'm not saying you have to introduce the same system as Japan, once we had. No, what I would like to emphasize here is not the system or method that Japanese or others develop, but rather extract some essence from our experience. In this case, that's the information sharing. In your country, how people share the information in the social life, in the village, traditionally, maybe you have some shape of the information sharing, and that is important. That is something you have to emphasize. You will first probably imitate by introducing some know-how, method from different countries like Japan, but later it is necessary that you modify them so that it fits into the situation of this country. many people, many countries in the world, including many African countries, they praise the method, one method from Japan, Kaizen method. That's good. As a Japanese, I'm happy to hear that. But in Zimbabwe, this is secret to other countries in Africa, but in Zimbabwe, please, it is okay to introduce that kind of method from the beginning to improve the productivity of the manufacturing industries. But in 5 or 6 or 7 years, if I come back to this country again, I really wish that you will use different term for your own method in Shona, Ndebele, or different language, your language. Please do not continue using the Japanese word, Kaizen. You need to create your own system. And if you are able to have such kind of own system, and many companies in this country introduce it for improving productivity, value-added labor productivity, then by that time, your industry probably develop maybe many steps ahead of other African countries, and maybe some of the products here will be competitiveness, have a competitiveness. And of course, the government needs to support them in terms of the capital investment, in terms of the human resource development, in terms of the technological development. This opportunity this week is a good time to get the different kind of knowledge from different organizations. Try to combine them to create the new knowledge. That is a good start. And maybe for some of you who are able to come to Japan this year, maybe you will join the exhibition, like our ambassador will talk about later, and you will get the new knowledge. When you get the new knowledge, please try to combine what you already have with the new knowledge. That is how Japanese company incrementally develop the new products, improve the value-added amount per product. This kind of incremental innovation is done by adding new knowledge on what you already have. Keep your base technology, your base products. It is important, but add the new knowledge on top of it, and you will develop it gradually. And that is a way that you can industrialize many industries in this country. Okay, that is all. I couldn't finish all my slides I prepared, but that is all. And I will stay here in this exhibition until Friday, so I'm really glad if I can share some information with you and discuss more about the development of the industry in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I figured since you came all the way from Japan, I have to be kind and generous in my time. You flew all the way, and we should be able to at least return the honor to you. So thank you very much for that. What I did pick, however, from his presentation, he said, do not copy other nations, do not copy Japan, create your own system, and this is the reason why we are here, proud Zimbabweans working together to make sure that our country can thrive, That being said, we're going to move now to the panel discussion. I am going to ask just to join the panel discussion, Tino Kambasha, the CEO, National Venture Capital Company of Zimbabwe, to please come quickly and join the team on stage. And I will then ask that the moderator who is leading this conversation is Mr. Alois Burutsa, the general manager for Buy Zimbabwe, who's going to take this session, this 15-minute session that is going to lead. Thank you, Mr. Buruta.
Thanks so much, Mayimba. 15 minutes for a whole session. We'll try to manage it to be difficult. But let me just start by observing and appreciating the presence of the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Dr. General Retired CGDN Chiwenga. Thank you so much, sir. We welcome you, sir. Is Tino here? Tino Kambasha, has he come up? Oh, excellent. Welcome. Thank you so much. You know, yesterday, as I was in Harare, as I was driving, I was listening to the radio. And so the DJs, they said something that surprised me. They mentioned that Michael Jackson, you know Michael Jackson? The world's greatest entertainer of all time. Each time he went in front of people to perform, guess what? He would have butterflies in his stomach. Can you believe it? He would have butterflies in his stomach. So let's give a big round of applause to Mayimba for being a wonderful job of being able to stand in front of people without developing butterflies in his stomach. And also for me, if you see me shivering, please understand, it's not easy to stand in front of the Vice President of the country and all these ministers. But let's move on. The session that we are talking about today is on driving industrial growth through innovation and sustainability. Insights from key sector enablers and policy perspective. I think Sekai did a brilliant job of unpacking the manufacturing sector survey in terms of the performance in 2024. And she put through a very sobering statistic for us, which spoke about that 5%, only 5% of our exports is manufactured product. And also, she also mentioned that our manufacturing sector contribution to GDP has been on it's been on a decline. Now, but before we go there, maybe let me just briefly explain to you what innovation is all about. According to the little research that I did, innovation refers to the process of creating new or improved products, services, processes, or ideas that add value and drive growth. From that definition, maybe let me start with Sekai. Sekai, would you say that our industrial sector is not innovating enough and hence the decline that we are seeing in the manufacturing sector? I think you can use, the mic.
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. I think the factors affecting the manufacturing sector have been multiple and they've been stated over the years. So it's a mix of factors that have affected the manufacturing sector. And I believe that maybe those factors may also have then contributed to the slow innovation that we may find in the sector. But at the same time, the manufacturing sector itself is not a homogeneous sector. So we do have some areas and some subsectors where innovation, where new products and new services are being introduced. But obviously, it's not at the scale of the whole manufacturing sector. And it's also not at the scale of the whole economy. If you look at our performance as an economy, on the innovation index globally, you can then see that we do have several factors that are affecting that. So I wouldn't want to say that the manufacturing sector is not innovative, therefore they are on a decline. We have multiple factors, and some of them also affect innovation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. In fact, speaking of the Global Innovation Index, for 2024, Zimbabwe, we are sitting on 118 out of 133 economies. So clearly, we're doing quite badly there. Gibson, in your view, where would you place? In fact, how would you say as Zimbabwe, how have you performed in terms of, in light of the Africa Continental Trade Agreement that's coming up, in terms of IDA and so forth? How would you say we've performed as a nation in terms of innovation, and where do you see the gaps?
Thank you. Thank you, Alois, for the question. So, I think as illustrated by the numbers presented by both Chairman Moyo and also Sekai here, you see that there is a decline in terms of manufacturing sector contribution to the overall economy. That is owing to a number of reasons, but also if you look at the continent of Africa at large, you would discover that this challenge is not only peculiar to Zimbabwe, it is actually an African problem where if you look even at the African BOP, about 69% of our imports into Africa are manufactured imports, and only about 19% of Africa's total exports are manufactured exports. So that tells you a history, that tells you a story that we have got a value addition gap on the continent. Also, if you look at the bulk of the exports out of Africa, you discover that they are semi-processed or unprocessed products, mainly from mining and agriculture. That also tells you a story of whether Africa is perhaps wrongly integrated in the global economy. So perhaps we need to relook at our development architecture as a continent and do what I can probably term a very messy and laborious task of building the productive capacities that will allow Africa to develop its manufacturing and value addition base. Manufacturing is perhaps the only tried and tested development model that is quick in creating high value adding jobs. So if we put concentrated efforts there, I think we have got the resources that are necessary to take Africa forward. We have got the youthful population. We have got a skills base that is fast developing as a continent. We have got the natural resource endowment that we need. Perhaps what we need is the softer side of things. That is where innovation comes in, and the other hardcore infrastructure, but let it be targeted infrastructure that allows us to give birth and life to this sector called manufacturing, which is very important in changing our development discourse as a continent.
Okay, thank you so much, Gibson, for that quite elaborate presentation. Let me turn to Tino Kambasha. He's the CEO of the National Venture Capital Company. Tino, according to the CZI presentation, about 70% of all our manufacturing companies are from pretty much your SMEs type of businesses. And obviously, as the National Venture Capital Company, you work with upcoming organizations. What are you guys doing in terms of ensuring that our upcoming companies are innovative?
Thank you, Alice. So what we're doing, we're the new baby on the block. So what we're doing is, firstly, obviously working with the right ministries. And we've already started some work under the Honorable Mchangwa's ministry. So basically, it's understanding what the needs are in terms of what the end product and what the market users will need. So you work with that, and you work with that backwards. We are also working with universities to come up with new innovation and new technologies to solve those solutions. Another key sector of that is industry and commerce, our host. So what we're also looking at is, traditionally, we've been having a look at innovation from the student side, from the tertiary institutions, and then going up to industry and commerce. We have now been engaging industry and commerce to say, what does industry want and how do we innovate backwards? And then that's how we filter through to that.
Yeah, I think innovation hubs from the universities are very key in terms of innovating in the country and taking us forward. But let me just move to the chairman of the ZITF, Mr. Busisa Moyo, who's a renowned industrialist in his own right. Busisa, you've been in industry for a long time. In your view, why are we not innovating as a country in terms of our manufacturing sector?
Thank you very much for that very hard question. It's broad and hard. Well, I do think there is some innovation. Again, my conversation with the Honorable Vice President, along with the Minister, was very rich. It was short but rich. And we spoke in the meeting about the nexus between academia and industry. There's a clear disconnect. One of our challenges, there's a clear disconnect. And we haven't been able to crack how we get our academic institutions to play a role in the development and innovation, cutting edge. I'm talking about cutting edge. You can have, an R&D department of 3 people. They just sit there. Most of what they do is quality assurance. Very little R&D. You go to most companies, you will find there is a research department, but it's really just QA, quality assurance of what is existing. Few, I had the opportunity to go to America, to go to Silicon Valley, and we went to a company called 3M, which is one of the most innovative companies in the world.
Right.
They have 200 cutting edge geniuses. I mean, these kids are like A+, triple A+. And all they do is come up with new ideas. And every Friday, the CEO will sit with them and they will present these new ideas.
Right.
So I think it's just cracking this relationship. And the Honorable Vice President said, the problem with the industry, you are waiting for academia to come to you. You need to go to these institutions of higher learning, SIRDC, and actually engage with them. To make sure that we have this cutting edge innovation. We have people in the diaspora who've gone out there, done great things, but we haven't been able to embed them into local industries. So it remains outstanding, and that's one, I think, of the reasons why we are not seeing a lot of innovation. The other one is, of course, local businesses half the time firefighting.
Okay.
The urgent kills the strategic. You need to do it now, and there's so many issues that you need to attend to that perhaps distract management attention.
But is the funding there for if I have an idea today and I say, look, I've got this idea, but it can only come into fruition maybe 5 years from now, will I be able to get funding to see that idea through?
Alois, it's true, funding, but remember, these are corporates. They are profit-making entities. Just like you allocate 1.5% of your turnover to marketing, you need to allocate 0.75 to research and development.
Right.
And so the funding should really come from there. Yes, I think we can do better connecting with, multilateral institutions globally, like UNIDO, to again embed.
Is government doing enough? Maybe, Sekai, is government doing enough in terms of availing funding for innovation? Because Usisa has just mentioned, half the time industrialists are busy firefighting, they may not have the time, and the resources to do it. Is government doing enough in terms of providing that funding to drive innovation?
I think we are at that point, Alois, where we have to introspect as a country and look at the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem and find ways of actually collaborating there by investing as private sector and investing as government in that agenda. We are a developing country. We have many fiscal constraints,
Right.
as you are aware, like any other country. But I do believe that there are certain areas of research and innovation that could be treated as public goods in certain sectors. Clearly, there would be a good case for public-private partnership in investing in that kind of research and then making the research findings a public good. It's
Very
open
good.
source. If you look at research related to materials, for example, whether you are looking at maybe creating textiles from other materials which are not necessarily cotton, the traditional materials that we use, the whole industry would benefit from that research.
Okay.
But we have to be able to imagine that we are doing this for a bigger market that is in the CFTA and for a bigger market that is global, and not just for the Zimbabwean local market.
Right.
The other area of innovation where we need to really also co-create and co-invest is actually policy innovation. Because the policies that make these ecosystems possible are really complex, because these are complex ecosystems as well. And we need to be able, with government, to collaborate and cooperate in investing in high quality policies that will tackle the global challenges that we are facing, because we are currently operating in a global market. We are here, but we are not here.
Okay,
and
good. Sorry, unfortunately, due to time, I may have to cut you there.
I want to conclude by saying that where you say that is government doing enough, I'm sure we are aware of the fiscal constraints
yes,
that we have. So therefore, there's limited funding for research.
But I think we need to, we understand that, but I feel we need to come up with more creative ways to ensure that, government may not need to give us money per se, but certain things that can be done. For instance, you mentioned in terms of the capacity utilization, the industrial sector, the manufacturing sector rather, is sitting on about what, 50% or 49% capacity utilization. Why can't we have a situation whereby government then also through public procurement comes through to industry and sits down with industry and says, what can we do? What are we procuring as government from outside the country that you guys can supply, so that you can then start manufacturing those products and fill up this capacity, so that ultimately we can become more competitive and become, in terms of Africa. I see Busisa has got a hand up. He just wants to add something there.
Yes, thank you for getting me the opportunity of being a panel contributor and not a chairman. The question you ask, is government doing enough? I think that one of the areas that we could perhaps recommend to colleagues in public sector in policy is in incentives.
Right.
Because some of the things are not funding. It's just an incentive. The chapter 1 of economics, economic actors respond to incentives.
Okay.
So are there incentives to innovate? Are they sufficient? And those, I think, there's scope to look at those and say for innovation, whether it's a tax incentive, for employing these cutting-edge graduates, are there incentives for that? I think that's one area, because we have to come up with some resolutions for the Vice President to say, what incentives can we talk about that will motivate companies to invest and co-invest and co-create, as Sakai said.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Now, Tino, as the National Venture Capital Company, what importance do you place in terms of innovation? Do you have a matrix that says that if I come through today and say, guys, I want to manufacture dishwashing liquid, I need seed capital, will you guys fund me? Is that innovative enough? And so forth.
Well, I think the definition is in the word innovation, right? So generally, we are looking for new ideas and new ways of doing things and efficient ways. But it's not just in isolation of just new ideas or new technologies. We're also looking at community impact, growth, devolution. We're also looking at women. We're also looking at the youth to see how that is a bigger picture from a whole government approach. So we're not saying we're limited to there's some areas where we could look at the greater picture for the nation to say that if we assist this company, it increases exports, therefore our balance of payment helps support our currency. In those type of situations, we would also look at those applications. But generally, we're looking for new ideas, new ways of doing things, new ways of finding solutions, homegrown solutions for Zimbabweans, by Zimbabweans. That's our main focus at the moment.
Fantastic. Let me just quickly move on to the minister's questions. Maybe let me start with, I see Honorable Chitando, the Minister of Mines, is here. Maybe if we have a mic, do you have a mic there? Maybe let's just go up to Minister Chitando. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for accepting to respond. We've just heard that the mining sector has been doing extremely well in terms of our growth targets, achieving our growth targets. And in fact, if you look at our export numbers, about 90% of our exports are primary products? Okay. All right. Okay, no, that's fine. Sorry about that. I've just been told that we need to just move to the next session. So maybe, so Minister, you have escaped. Thank you very much. Let me just thank my panelists for coming through. That was Sekai Kuwarika, who is the CEO of the Confederation of Zimbabwe Retailers, Gibson Gundani, the CEO of the CEO Africa Roundtable, and Tino Kambasha, who is the CEO of the National Venture Capital Company of Zimbabwe. Let's give them a big round of applause as they come through.
A big round of applause for our panel, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you can do better than that. You can do better across the room. Thank you very much to Alois Buruta by Zimbabwe. Thank you very much. And really for the rich conversations that we're having. And it is important that they are not only conversations, that we introspect and we get to have robust conversations. We address the elephants in the room so that our nation of Zimbabwe can succeed and can be prosperous. As we transition now, I see the setup has been done. Allow me now, as we move to the next part of our program. As we move now next to the next part of our program, it is my pleasure to obviously ask that our line minister, if he may come through and take seating. I'll ask the Minister of State to come through and take seating. I'll ask the Chairman, ZITF, to come through and take seating as well. We are now transitioning to the official opening of our program. Our Deputy Chief Secretary, Amanungo, please come through and take seating. Our Minister of State, please come through. Our Minister of State, please come through and take seating as well. Earlier on, I had said our sponsor, NASA, I'd put them in the gold category. NASA is actually a platinum sponsor. So thank you very much, NASA. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I will ask that we rise and welcome our guest of honor who is here today for the International ZITF International Business Conference 2025, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, General Retired Dr. CDGN Chiwenga, to come.
Pray be seated.
Our Vice President, if I may ask your honorable. Uyene kuna vipi? Ndoda kuti mumbogara. Mozodanwa na minister. Vouya. It's not tend. Ngiyabonga. Thank you very much. We may be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We may be seated as we proceed with our program this morning. I will now ask our line minister, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Ndlovu, to come through and introduce our guest of honor. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for steering the ship very well. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, this morning to recognize our guest of honor, whom I will introduce after making a few remarks. The Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, Honorable Judith Ngube, other cabinet ministers and ministers of state here present, the Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Raj Modi, and other deputy ministers here present. I recognize the members of the Politburo here present, members of Parliament, heads of diplomatic missions, the Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, here represented by the Deputy Chief Secretary. Colleagues, you heard that the salutations are way too long, so I will ride on the protocols already established. We gather yet again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this esteemed ZITF International Business Conference to engage in a vibrant exchange of ideas and to share valuable experiences, all with the overarching aim of fostering robust economic growth in our nation. It is certainly true that significant developments have unfolded since our last IBC last year, an event which was graced by the presence of our distinguished guest of honor today. These developments include issues of currency instability, which we observed particularly during the second and third quarters of 2024, as well as the challenges encountered by some of our wholesalers and retailers. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to note that we are gathered today under what I can call a markedly different set of economic circumstances. I would like to acknowledge the incessant instability in our macroeconomic fundamentals we are currently experiencing, particularly the exchange rate and inflation. This positive shift is undoubtedly the result of a firm and resolute monetary policy framework, which I wish to commend for its effectiveness in addressing the challenges at hand. Furthermore, I want to applaud the repeal of SI 84A of 2024 through the recent gazetting of SI 34 of 2025, which has successfully eliminated certain implicit price controls within our economy. We gather, distinguished guests, at a pivotal moment as government actively addresses the perennial challenges of high cost of doing business, including the cost of utilities. Since our last gathering, we hosted the inaugural National Competitiveness Summit, which was graced by His Excellency the President, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa. The summit provided a clear strategic pathway towards enhancing the competitiveness of our nation and our economy at large. I want to assure this gathering that this crucial matter is receiving serious and thorough attention that it rightfully deserves. I'm not too sure if Deputy Chief Manunga will speak to this because he is seized with the matter. Similarly, as government and state agencies, we have been actively addressing the scourge of smuggling and counterfeit products that had invaded and negatively impacted our formal sector in the main. Today, I am pleased to report that significant progress has been recorded in this regard. We have established a national command center, and through a comprehensive whole-of-government approach, we are diligently monitoring the situation on the ground. To date, we have already received encouraging reports of improved production and increased sales from businesses that were previously adversely affected by the influx of these smuggled goods. I decided to talk about this progress, ladies and gentlemen, because it is our commitment as government to continuously improve the doing business environment for the private sector to thrive. The journey will not always be easy, and at times it will take difficult decisions to be made, all in an endeavor to accelerate our economic growth. The overarching theme for this year's ZITF, which I called Industrialization, Crafting an Integrated Landscape, and the specific focus of the IBC, which is revitalizing industrialization for Zimbabwe's economic resurgence, both underscore the pivotal and indispensable role that industrialization plays in our national economy. In this era of global economic transformation, we find ourselves in trade wars that spare no nation, regardless of size or level of development. The only sustainable pathway to achieving our national development objectives is through relentless pursuit of our industrialization agenda. Let me assure you that government will continue to intensify efforts to support those who have placed their confidence and committed resources to building this economy. Greater protection shall be extended to cushion the private sector from the turbulent global economy. The transformation of our manufacturing base is not merely an economic imperative, but a national mission that will determine our standing in the regional and global economy. We are a nation renowned for our education and training. I'm happy that this discussion found expression this morning. His Excellency the President, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, has laid a foundation for industry to tap into the prevailing youth dividend for the benefit of our economy. I therefore challenge the private sector to take a keen interest in the innovation hubs that all our institutions of higher learning now have. Such partnerships will lead to homegrown solutions, including technological breakthroughs. Distinguished guests, economic diversification remains a cornerstone of our industrial strategy. Zimbabwe's manufacturing sector is fairly diverse, than many realize, comprising more than 94 subsectors, producing more than 7,000 different products. While we continue to strengthen and resuscitate our traditional industries, we are systematically developing high potential growth sectors, including pharmaceuticals, lithium battery manufacturing, leather, textile production, and steel fabrication, among others. This diversified industrial base will make our economy more resilient to external shocks, while creating multiple growth points across the country. Our small and medium enterprises represent the backbone of this industrial transformation. Through deliberate policies, we must create strong linkages between large industries and SMEs, ensuring that the benefits of industrialization are widely shared across the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I will divert slightly from my presentation because today we were supposed to receive a presentation from our Minister of Finance, Professor Mthuli Ncube, who unfortunately is in the US and had committed to make the presentation online. We had challenges connecting with him. In his presentation, he was going to launch the Industrial Development Fund, which he announced when he announced the budget end of last year. He has assured me that I can confidently state that the Industrial Development Fund stands launched and will be managed by the Venture Capital Fund. Now I can go back to my speech. We realize the importance of affordable financing to support our industry, and we acknowledge that the current lending rates in our financial systems are way too high to support the productive sector. I'm grateful to His Excellency the President, through our Minister of Finance, for launching today the Industrial Development Fund. This is a step in the right direction, and through the Venture Capital Fund, details will be availed on how to access the funding. This fund shall revolve, and I'm happy that Treasury have committed to replenish or to recapitalize this fund on an annual basis, which will see the fund grow. I am also hoping that the fund will be able to crowd in private sector funding, but to do so, we'll have to demonstrate that the fund is also performing well. Furthermore, I would like to acknowledge the recent proactive measures undertaken by the central bank earlier this year, specifically the introduction of a targeted finance facility, which represents a significant step towards addressing the liquidity challenges that have been affecting the banking sector. This initiative is also strategically designed to provide crucial support to the productive sectors of our economy through availing adequate working capital for industry without negatively impacting on the overall money supply situation. In closing, I wish to call upon all stakeholders, government agencies, private sector players, finance institutions, labor representatives, and the research community at large to work together to achieve rapid industrialization. Let us work together to build a manufacturing sector that transforms our economy, creates prosperity for our people, and rightfully positions Zimbabwe as a global industrial player. Ladies and gentlemen, my main task today is to introduce our guest of honor. It is now my singular honor and privilege to introduce to you our guest of honor today. Our guest of honor is none other than the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and indeed the Second Secretary of the ruling party ZANU-PF, retired General Dr. C.G.D.N. Chiwenga. The Vice President, I hope I will not be in trouble, they put his birthday here, was born on 2 July 1956 in Weza. He was appointed the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe on 22 December 2017. Our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, is a military and political strategist, an accomplished farmer and professional hunter. And in terms of his academic accomplishments, the Honorable Vice President is a holder of a first-class master's degree in business administration. He also holds a master's degree in international relations as well as a doctorate in ethics. Our Vice President superintends over economic ministries in government to ensure implementation of the NDS-1 programs and projects under his purview. His presence here bears testimony to the significance he places to fostering economic development process by giving it the requisite impetus. And while at it, ladies and gentlemen, I might add that the Vice President summoned all the economic cluster ministries. I might have the opportunity later to highlight who is here, so that as he interfaces with the guests today, he will be able to also invite the ministers to provide the responses. We thank you, Honorable Vice President, for your leadership. As the overseer of all our economic ministries, the Vice President chairs the Cabinet Committee of Economic Cluster Ministries, where he provides strategic direction that cuts across every facet of our economic development. His guidance has accelerated the industrialization agenda, where policies are harmonized and implementation is closely monitored to ensure we remain on course towards Vision 2030. He has also supported the development of robust value chains and the structural transformation of our economy, ensuring that Zimbabwean industry moves up the value chain. The Vice President has spearheaded our efforts against the scourge of smuggled counterfeit goods while enforcing ethical business practices, safeguarding both our consumers and legitimate businesses. Under his guidance, we have witnessed significant progress in creating an enabling environment for business through improved regulatory frameworks and fostering meaningful public-private partnerships. These interventions are embedded within the Zimbabwe Industrial Reconstruction and Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I believe now the power has been restored. Allow me to conclude my introductory remarks of our guest of honor. As I had just said, under our guest of honor's guidance, we have witnessed significant progress in creating an enabling environment for business through improved regulatory frameworks and fostering meaningful public-private partnerships. And these interventions are embedded within the Zimbabwe Industrial Reconstruction and Growth Plan, serving as key implementation vehicles for our industrial sector recovery and expansion. Today's conference theme resonates perfectly with the guest of honor and the work he leads daily. There could be no more fitting keynote speaker to set the tone for our deliberations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to humbly invite the Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, General Retired Dr. Constantino Gouveia Dominic Nyikadzino Chiwenga, to deliver his keynote address. Honorable Vice President, sir.
Pray be seated. Director of Ceremonies, Mr. Maimba Mapranga, Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, Honorable Judith Mwe, Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Mangaliso Ndlovu, Speaker of Parliament, Advocate Jacob Francis Mudenda, Honorable Ministers here present, Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Raj Modi, and other Honorable Deputy Ministers here present. Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Dr. Martin Rushwaya is represented. Chairman of the Public Service Commissions, Dr. Vincent Ungwe and other PSC commissioners. National Economic Consultative Forum Steering Committee Co-Chairperson, Dr. Mike Bima. Deputy Chief Secretary, Policy Analysis, Coordination and Development Planning, and NECF Steering Committee Co-Chairperson, Mr. Willard Manungo, and other Deputy Chief Secretaries here present. Permanent Secretary for Industry and Commerce, Dr. Thomas Utete Ushe, and other permanent secretaries here present, senior government officials, JOG members for Matebele provinces, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, His Worship, the Mayor of the seat of Bulawayo, Councillor David Coltart, and other civic leaders here present. Chairperson ZITF Board, Mr. Busisa Moyo, and your fellow board members. Chief Executive Officer of ZITF, Dr. Nick Ndebele, management and staff of ZITF company, captains of industry and commerce, distinguished exhibitors, members of the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, almost getting to noon, but still morning. Good morning to you all. It is my great pleasure to officiate at the 25th International Business Conference, being held under the timely and compelling theme, Revitalizing Industrialization for Zimbabwe's Economic Resurgence. This theme speaks to the urgent imperative of reinvigorating our industrial base. It underscores that a dynamic, modernized, and globally competitive industrial sector is not only vital for unlocking Zimbabwe's full economic potential, but also pivotal in securing our rightful place within regional and global value chains. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by commending the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair Company and the National Economic Consultative Forum for organizing this significant annual event. This platform brings together government leaders, policymakers, academics, and industry experts to engage in critical dialogue on economic development, industrialization, and emerging global business issues. A special word of gratitude goes to Honorable Judith Ngue, the Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, for a warm welcome and hosting us in this vibrant seat of queens and kings. Ladies and gentlemen, our collective quest to transform the Zimbabwean economy hinges on the establishment of a robust industrial base, one that serves as a cornerstone for sustained and inclusive economic growth. Global economic history reminds us that no nation has ever attained high income status without first laying the foundations of a strong, diverse, and competitive industrial sector. Under the Second Republic, Zimbabwe has made commendable progress in advancing industrialization through the National Development Strategy 1, which has contributed significantly to economic recovery and macroeconomic stability. As we now transition into the implementation of National Development Strategy 2, our focus must shift decisively from low value, low technology manufacturing towards high value, technology intensive and knowledge driven production systems. This transition is firmly anchored in the Zimbabwe National Industrial Development Policy 2024 to 2030 and the Zimbabwe Industrialization and Resilience Growth Plan. These strategic frameworks provide a clear roadmap for enhancing value addition, increasing industrial output, and strengthening intersectoral linkages. To achieve this vision, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, has directed the adoption of the whole of government and sector approach, which emphasizes collaboration across government departments, industry, and academia. This integrated paradigm is essential for addressing current economic challenges and enhancing sustainable industrial growth. Following the recent Competitiveness Summit held here in Bulawayo, government developed a competitiveness call to action, bringing together various ministries, departments, and agencies to monitor and accelerate regulatory reforms. This initiative is critical to improving the ease of doing business, fostering business confidence, and attracting both domestic and foreign investment. Ladies and gentlemen, to strengthen the innovation ecosystem, I urge the private sector to deepen collaboration with academic and research institutions in commercializing science-based innovations. I have heard during the first panel discussion, it is not the academia which must go to industry. Actually, it is vice versa. Industry, the manufacturing sector, must go to our researchers, to our institutions of higher and tertiary education, and say, we are producing 10 pieces of equipment. We want to accelerate them to produce 100. Can you give us a solution? And then fund those researchers as the private sector, because we are the beneficiaries. This is how we should go. Because the researchers, those young boys and girls who have been gifted, cannot dream what you need. But if you go to them and you tell them what you need, they will crack their minds and you will have solutions. So I urge you that whatever we wanted to do, if we wanted to increase our productivity, let's follow that route. Zimbabwe must take inspirations from economies that have leveraged robust partnerships between universities and businesses to drive industrial competitiveness and structural transformation. In the face of evolving global geopolitical dynamics, the need for homegrown solutions has never been more pressing. Distinguished delegates here, the government has prioritized re-industrialization through deliberate efforts to upscale key value chains in manufacturing, mining, agriculture, and infrastructure development. In the manufacturing sector, average capacity utilization has risen to 50%, up from 36% in 2019. While this marks significant progress, government remains committed to implementing policies that promote more import substitution, research and development, commercialization of research patents, local content development, and the suppression of counterfeit goods. These policies aim to deepen value chain integration and increase output, in industrial output. Additionally, the establishment of a revolving industrial development fund will provide critical support to distressed companies. This initiative is expected to stimulate renewed investment across sectors such as agro-processing, steel manufacturing, and pharmaceuticals. You have just heard the minister announcing that that fund has now been put into effect. And we want to see how this fund is going to help the private sector through the capital venture finance institution. And we will monitor. And we want all captains in industry to cooperate. Let's not be angry that, no, this one has been given, I have not been given. We are starting with this, it's not a really huge amount. I think it's 100 million. And it might not satisfy, but we want to say where we put that money, we want to see the results. So the Minister of Industry will be coordinating on that matter. In agriculture, government will intensify efforts to boost productivity through mechanization, irrigation expansion, and the timely provision of affordable inputs. While the sector experienced slowdown growth in 2024 due to an El Nino-induced drought, we are confident that our interventions will ensure a strong rebound. Ladies and gentlemen, in the mining sector, government remains committed to unlocking greater value from Zimbabwe's vast mineral endowments for the benefit of its people. Policy efforts will continue to promote mineral exploration, responsible mining practices, and local beneficiation of key minerals, including lithium, platinum, and gold. We are also finalizing the artisanal and small-scale mining strategy, which will offer a structured framework to increase productivity, improve regulatory compliance, and integrate small-scale miners into the formal economy, thus ensuring that no one is left behind in our drive towards inclusive growth. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, infrastructure development remains a key enabler in our industrialization strategy. Government is actively diversifying Zimbabwe's energy mix to include solar, wind, gas, nuclear, and waste to energy technologies, alongside existing hydro and thermal power generation. The contribution of independent power producers, including captive power projects led by mining houses, is expected to strengthen energy security, as several projects come online in the second quarter of this year, 2025. The government is encouraged by the initiatives of companies such as Disson Iron and Steel in Manise, which has constructed a 20 megawatt water heat recovery cogeneration power plant. Similarly, Wange Zhongjing Hell has been licensed to develop a 240 megawatt thermal power plant powered by coke oven gas. We also commend the recently commissioned Palm River Metallurgy Company in Bedbridge, whose integrated systems and processes exemplify a commitment to sustainable mining, low greenhouse gas emissions, minimal waste production, and energy self-sufficiency through the recycling of waste materials. Consequently, other companies in this sector are urged to adopt similar technologies, which will enhance the nation's energy security and contribute to economic growth. In the transport sector, government is committed to completing the remaining 88 kilometers of Harare-Masvingo-Badbridge Road project. In addition, work on the Bulawayo-Victoria Falls Road is set to commence in earnest with 7 contractors already engaged. The rehabilitation of this road is critical in boosting trade connectivity and tourism, as it provides a gateway to one of the 7 natural wonders of the world, the majestic Victoria Falls. By the way, the seat of Victoria Falls hosts a special economic zone and the Victoria Falls Stock Exchange. As part of Zimbabwe's digital transformation, the government is prioritizing investment in digital infrastructure, including the expansion of fiber optic networks, deployment of low Earth orbit satellite technology, and the establishment of data centers in previously underserved areas. We have also launched the Digital Skills Program, aimed at training 1.5 million citizens, especially the youth, to build a digital capable workforce. In tandem with cybersecurity frameworks are being strengthened to safeguard our growing digital economy. Our vision of industrialization and infrastructure development is expected to contribute to urban renewal, thereby improving service delivery in terms of access to housing, clean water, health care, education, and provision of social safety nets. In this regard, government is pursuing densification models in a bid to provide modern and decent and affordable housing for all. We can't continue to expand as though land is infinite. We must start building going up. Ladies and gentlemen, as we industrialize, Zimbabwe must also position itself within the African Continental Free Trade Area, which offers immense opportunities for export growth and regional integration. Through scaling up industrial capacity, Zimbabwe can become a key player in the continental value chain, enhancing its global competitiveness and driving inclusive growth. Furthermore, We must embrace green industrialization by investing in renewable energy, promoting eco-friendly manufacturing practices, and ensuring the sustainable use of natural resources. This would ensure that our industrial development remains resilient in the face of climate change and global sustainability trends. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I wish to reiterate that industrialization is not merely an economic aspiration. It is central to the transformation of Zimbabwe's development trajectory. Success in this endeavor demands effective collaboration among all stakeholders, public and private, local and international. As we approach the final year of implementing National Development Strategy 1, we must focus our efforts on improving productivity, enhancing competitiveness, and resolving infrastructure bottlenecks that impede private sector-led growth. Let us use this conference, this trade fair, as a platform to forge meaningful partnerships, exchange ideas, and craft innovative solutions that will shape Zimbabwe's industrial future. With these remarks, it is my distinct honor to officially declare the 2025 edition of the International Business Conference open. I wish you all productive discussions and fruitful exhibitions that will contribute to the advancement of Zimbabwe's industrialization agenda. I thank you.
Indeed, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our Vice President. Thank you very much for that keynote address, that keynote speech. At this time, allow me to call on our Deputy Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet Steering Committee and Committee Co-Chairperson, Mr. Willard Manungo, to come through and take us to the next stage of our program. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Maimba. Honorable Vice President, we appreciate your sharing with the delegates consistent with the theme of this 65th ZITF conference, what we need to do to try and ensure that we revitalize our industries if we are going to see greater value and greater economic resurgence. I think in your presentation, you highlighted the critical elements that we need to embrace. The issue of value addition, the issue of acknowledging that the natural resource endowment that this great nation has can only realize greater mileage if the thrust around the value chains is recognized. And for that, you have made the call that we need to acknowledge the huge investments that this country has made in terms of the human capital. And therefore, your call that there be greater synergies between our institutions of higher education and those that are driving the value addition drive in industry and manufacturing, we need to strengthen those synergies. So I would want to thank you so much, Honorable Vice President, for guiding us along that pathway. You also recognize the need that in the spirit of our nation, we need to ensure that we remain embracive, ensuring that no one is left behind and no region is left behind. Hence your call that we also need to emphasize the thrust around rural development, rural industrialization. So on that note, Honorable Vice President, I would want to call on the NECF co-chair, Vakatsande. I would also want to call on the Secretary for Industry, Dr. Wushe, to acknowledge your presence this morning with a small token of appreciation.
Mawoko, 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 zekare, chai zandla.
Thank you very much, Vakatsande na Wawushe, for honoring our guest of honor. Earlier on, the Master of Ceremonies then had opened up for the floor to allow our honorable ministers to also respond to some of the issues that had been raised. But given the challenges that we have with time, we will only allow a few questions which the honorable ministers can then respond to. So the floor is open.
Thank you, Ambassador Chris Mchangwa. I am going to speak from the point of view of the history of this town, Bulawayo, as the home of the heavy industry of Zimbabwe, which collapsed when Zisco went under. Now, the Vice President has just mentioned that we now have a steel plant, which is 20 times bigger than Zisco. And the investor is a top company in the world, Fortune 500, number 259. And it is already producing steel. That includes billets, that includes rolling steel for construction, and all the attendant aspects of steel production. I had the misfortune of hearing one of the top leaders of the town a few days ago saying that we can't revive Bulawayo because the steel which is being produced is produced by a company from a certain country. And they are exporting that steel to that country, so it is not relevant to Bulawayo. I am appealing to industrialists in Bulawayo, particularly in the heavy industrial sector, the JB Connolly's, the ZECOs and the like, to start identifying with the fact that a company which is registered in Zimbabwe is a Zimbabwean company regardless of country of origin. So on that note, I would like the industrialists in Bulawayo to take advantage of what's going on in Zambia and in South Africa, where more than 200 trucks leave every week to those countries carrying steel from Zimbabwe to go and manufacture and beneficiate so that the products end up back in Zimbabwe. Bulawayo needs a new lease of life. I thank you.
Any more hands?
Can I get a microphone on the right side? Please, there's a hand there.
Okay.
Please, let's expedite this. Please say your name, where you're from, and ask the question.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Linda Nielsen, and I'm from the Horticultural Development Council. Mine is a plea to the ministers in the room. First of all, I'd like to thank the Honourable Vice President mentioned the Beitbridge Highway. I represent an industry who export fresh produce into the global market, and part of our competitiveness is our ability to get the product to market in a fit condition. Honourable Ministers present here today, we are also quality disadvantaged when we get to the market on pricing because of the shocking state of the product that arrives there, having travelled the Beitbridge Road. There's a section of at Ngundu, yeah, which is yet to be completed. And so my plea is to please, if we could motivate the completion of that highway. But again, first of all, thank you very much for the work that has been done so far. It's a plea to please continue. We desperately need it. We had our air freight service, KLM, seized this season. It's the start of a very challenging season for us. So please, Honourables, assist us with that. Thank you.
Deputy Chief, we've got the Minister of Transport. He is right here, so he can respond. Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much. Let me acknowledge the presence of our guest of honor, Honourable Vice President, Comrade CGDN Chiwenga. I want to thank Madam, who has just posed a very pertinent question. And indeed, we concur that section was very bad. And it's a mountainous area. And if we're going to be constructing 16 kilometers of 4 lanes, and I want to assure you, the contractor is moved back to on site. And not only that contractor, but all the 5 contractors are back. And we are going to execute with speed. And I want to promise this very august house that before the end of this year, you will be cruising from Beitbridge, not only the Beitbridge Road, and even the Trabablas interchange. You'll also be flying over that interchange right into the great city. Thank you so much.
So, Honourable Vice President, he has said we are going to be cruising before the end of this year from Masvingo to Beitbridge. From Beitbridge to Harare. So that has been responded. I hope you've been responded to. You'll be cruising with your fresh fruit, fresh produce. Deputy Chief, over to you.
Thank you. I don't know, Honorable Chitando. Earlier when you had been called upon to respond the issues around value addition to our mineral natural resource endowment. Because when CZI presented, they had a grim presentation in terms of the level of manufactured products that find their way into the export markets. And the government has been emphasizing under NDS 1 that we need to value add our natural, mineral, as well as agricultural natural resource endowments. So I'll call on you, Honorable Chitando.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Secretary. I wish to acknowledge the guest of honor, Honorable Vice President, Dr. CGDN Chiwenga. Thanks very much for the question which was asked earlier on, and allow me to No, just to give a brief overview of the value addition process which is taking place in the mining sector. If we look at the value or the major minerals being mined in the country, we are looking essentially around 7 minerals. And I think I will unpack the value addition which is taking place mineral by mineral. Firstly, the highest in terms of receipt is gold, where in terms of value addition from a government policy, there are 2 initiatives. Firstly, we do have onyx in terms of the jewelry, and then the initiative on the gold coins. The second major mineral in terms of value is platinum. And essentially, the early stages of platinum entailed the export of platinum concentrate, which then there was further value addition into smelters, and we do have matte being exported. And the platinum players got together and are jointly working on the development of a base metals refinery, which is being constructed at Zimplats and should be operational by next year. Then the next mineral which we do have is coal, whereby essentially the coal is in 2 parts. The thermal coal, which is extracted for value addition into electricity because of its low calorific value, and then the metallurgical coal, where instead of exporting it as coking coal, is value added to coke. And we have seen very huge increase in the value in the production of coke. So there has been significant value addition in that. And then there is chrome, where essentially it's the chrome ores, in some cases the concentrates, and then high carbon ferrochrome, where we have seen again significant increase value at high carbon ferrochrome. But I think more importantly as well, the establishment of the steel industry, specific the Manise project, where we do have a value addition program which is integrated from coal to iron ore, and as we go further down the line to stainless steel, there will be value addition of steel and also coke and ferrochrome. And similar to that is the Palm River project in Beitbridge, where there is integration from high carbon ferrochrome from the coke and the plant into steel. The two other minerals is lithium, where at the moment the production of lithium, the export of lithium, is essentially lithium concentrates. We do have 2 players who have started programs to value add to lithium sulfate, and specific, that's Arcadia and Victor Minerals, and this is with respect to the spodumene lithium, where there is value addition to lithium sulfate, and that lithium sulfate is a direct input, amongst other things, into battery making. So essentially for all the minerals, there is a plan and there is progress towards value addition. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ministers, for those responses. Now, we have had quite some time, and we need to take a healthy break. So I think 20 minutes would suffice, and after which we can then come back. But I want to once again acknowledge and appreciate our guest of honor for the official opening and the guidance that he has given us. Topmost is the issue of ensuring that we remain competitive. If we remain competitive, it allows us to take advantage of the regional imperatives in terms of regional trade and broader continental trade, and then beyond global trade. So the issues around productivity, the issues around ensuring that we have quality products, all those take center stage, not just over the export markets, but also the domestic markets. So, Honorable Vice President, thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of this session. There are other presenters that we were not able to cover, and we will be having them after the health break. I thank you. I hand over to Mr. Maima.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just for the knowledge of everybody here, we have got agriculture, we have Honorable Aritatos, we've got SMEs, Honorable Mchangwa is here, we've got Foreign Affairs, she's here as well. We have got Minister Honorable Shava, Education, we've got mining, we've got environment, hosting COP, all these ministers are here. So we can have conversations around tea at that time. For now, our Honorable Vice President, you may take leave. Thank you very, very much. Shall we allow him to take leave, please, and give him a big round of applause as he goes. All right, thank you. May we be seated, please? May we be seated so I can give the next set of announcements. The next set of announcements. Clearly, we are now chasing after the program. We're now chasing after the program. So allow me. Okay. Thank you very much. So, I know that we all agree, of course, that we are pressed for time and we kind of lost about 90 minutes to 2 hours of our programming. And if we all go out for tea, bringing all of us back, that can easily take 45 to 1 hour. In terms of just coming back and situating ourselves and continuing. So allow me to flip this a little bit and use the powers of an MCs as enacted by the MCs Act of 1982. If you agree with me, and Speaker of Parliament is here, so he agrees with me about the act that I'm using. If you agree with me, if you really want some tea, you can dash out and get some tea and come back. But allow me now to just cruise, like the minister had said, get the next session on, and we close once and for all. Is that okay? Is that all right? Fantastic. Let's do this once and for all. We go out Kawan. We have the tea and the lunch together. So can I go to the three embassies, the diplomatic one? If I can ask, please, our EU ambassador, please come through. Ambassador Joopst, please come through. And I will ask our Chinese ambassador, please come through for this session. We're going to go to the diplomatic presentation at this moment. Ambassador, Your Excellency, Zhou Ding, asimsa zoenda meseka, so that we keep this moving, yeah? Thank you. Yeah, just avoid the brown one. Just avoid the brown one. Ambassador, please come and sit here. You can go through there. And then we have got Chinese as Japanese, right? The Japanese ambassador, please come through. His Excellency Yamanaka. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Allow me now to start with the Chinese ambassador who is going to come and present to us the Chinese ambassador who's coming to His Excellency Shinichi Yamanaka. Let's give him... No. This is the... My apologies. My apologies. Oh, yes, absolutely. Okay, His Excellency Zhou Ding. My apologies.
Good morning, no, good afternoon. Masekati, Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable and Lovo, Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, Honorable Judith Nkubi, the Speaker of the Parliament, Honorable Advocate Mutenda, and other Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers here present, senior government officials, business leaders, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my immense honor to stand before you for the second time at the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair. First of all, I'd like to say happy Blue Sapphire anniversary to ZITF. 65 years is a long journey. Congratulations for the fulfilling journey in the past 65 years. As I address this prestigious international business conference, I am deeply inspired by the visionary theme of this year's trade fair: industrialization, crafting, and integrated economic landscape. The world today stands at a crossroads. While the global economy grapples with sluggish growth, rising protectionism, and geopolitical uncertainties, the need to craft an integrated economic landscape has never been more urgent. China and Zimbabwe, as steadfast partners, share a profound conviction: multilateralism and win-win cooperation are the only pathway to industrialization and sustainable prosperity. This conviction is not theoretical. It is rooted in our shared history and etched into the DNA of our bilateral relations, which have withstood the test of time for 45 glorious years. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, as we commemorate the 45th anniversary of Zimbabwe's independence and our diplomatic relations, we celebrate not just a milestone, but decades of our enduring solidarity and tangible achievements. China takes pride in standing alongside Zimbabwe during its liberation struggle and serving as a steadfast partner in its post-independence development. For many years, China has been Zimbabwe's largest source of foreign investment and one of the most significant trading partners. And we're proud to be one of the most crucial contributors to Zimbabwe's industrialization and modernization. In the past year, this partnership continued to flourish. Chinese private sector investment grew steadily, with new industrial and infrastructure projects either underway or just commissioned. Our bilateral trade volume reached a historic peak of $3.8 billion in 2024, a 24% year-on-year increase. The remarkable progress in our cooperation is inseparable from China's own development, which has enabled it to provide greater support for Zimbabwe and Africa. When exploring how China has achieved success and what experiences can be drawn upon, I believe the following three aspects are worthy of attention. First, high-quality development. Despite a turbulent and volatile global economic landscape, China's economy grew by 5% year-on-year in 2024, maintaining its position as one of the world's largest growing major economies. China continues to drive approximately 30% of global economic growth, a testament to its resilience and dynamism. China remains a stable anchor and dynamic engine for the world economy, and we are committed to sharing these development opportunities with Zimbabwe and all our partners. Secondly, high standard opening up. Openness is the hallmark of Chinese modernization. Today, China is the largest trading partner for over 150 countries and regions, and the world's top commodity trader. China, together with the majority of the international community, believes that protectionism and arbitrary tariff pose grave challenges to global economic growth, particularly for developing countries. Just as the UN Industrial Development Organization, the UNIDO, recently underscored, the arbitrary tariff undermined economic efficiency, diminished the benefits of trade, and weakened competitiveness, ultimately put jobs at risk worldwide. Amid the headwinds of unilateralism and protectionism, China's door will remain open to Zimbabwe and all other nations committed to shared prosperity. Thirdly, innovation-driven growth. In 2024, China's high-tech manufacturing sector expanded by 8.9%, while energy intensity fell by over 3%. From the historic Chang'e lunar mission to annual production of 13 million electric vehicles, China's innovation momentum is unstoppable. Breakthroughs like DeepSeek, a high-performance open-source AI model developed by Chinese startups, are democratizing access to cutting-edge technology, thereby bridging the digital divide for developing nations. By aligning our innovation agendas, China and Zimbabwe can unlock new frontiers in digital economy, green technology, and skills development. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, China's development has powered global economic growth and fueled the enhancement of the comprehensive strategic partnership of cooperation between China and Zimbabwe, which has blossomed into an exemplary model of South-South cooperation. For decades, our cooperation and collaboration rests upon three fundamental pillars. First pillar, infrastructure development. Investments in key projects from the state-of-the-art Robert Mugabe International Airport and Victoria Falls Airport to the transformative Wangi and Kariba South power stations have illuminated homes, connected communities, and energized industries. In the burgeoning lithium sector, Chinese enterprises have committed over $1.5 billion, creating jobs, boosting exports, and catapulting Zimbabwe into a strategic position within the global green energy value chain. As the Minister of Mineral and Minister Chitendo just mentioned that Chinese companies are moving up value chain. Meanwhile, the Chinese investments across diverse sectors, including electrical appliances, building materials, agricultural inputs, have significantly bolstered Zimbabwe's industrial capacity. The second pillar, people-centered industrialization. China's investment drives Zimbabwe's industrialization with a human touch. The $1.5 billion Dinsen steel plant, the $1 billion Titan New Energy Complex, and the multi-billion-dollar Palm River Energy and Metallurgical Economic Zone exemplified this approach. Beyond steel and power, they have created thousands of skilled jobs and facilitated critical technology transfer. These projects are transforming lives. University graduates now oversee production lines. Single mothers have become certified technicians. Beyond profits, over 200 corporate social responsibility initiatives by Chinese enterprises underscore our shared belief: economic growth must uplift people. From vocational training workshops to community health programs, we prove daily that commercial success and social impact can and must go hand in hand. The third pillar, knowledge transfer for sustainable development. Since 2018, China has empowered Zimbabwe's sustainable development in 3 domains. Academic excellence. 3,200 Zimbabwe students have pursued degrees in Chinese universities. Leadership development. 2,000 officials and professionals have enhanced their management and technical skills through exchange program. And here I'd like to say we welcome friends from all sectors to participate in our training and exchange programs. Digital transformation. The Net1 broadband project, high performance computing center, and projects like Huawei's digital truck and Seeds for the Future have created over 2,000 tech professionals annually. With these efforts, China has robustly supported Zimbabwe's Vision 2030 and Heritage-Based Education 5.0, which prioritize innovation, entrepreneurship, and equitable development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the recent Beijing Summit of Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, Chinese President Xi Jinping announced 10 partnership actions to promote Africa's industrialization and modernization. President Mnangagwa's historic 2024 state visit to China further solidified our partnership through 17 landmark agreements, reinforcing what we proudly call a 5-star ironclad multi-dimensional cooperation framework. On its path to Vision 2030, Zimbabwe stands poised to further harness the advantages of our collaboration and leverage the world's largest consumer market of 1.4 billion people and China's production networks. Dear friends, Zimbabwe is a nation uniquely endowed with exceptional human capital, abundant natural resources, and remarkable cultural resilience. Guided by His Excellency President E.D. Mnangagwa's visionary mantra. Let me try to pronounce it in Shona. Nika ino wakua, niwe niwayo. You understand that? Okay, thank you. And also his mantra of Zimbabwe is open for business. Zimbabwe has proudly emerged as one of the fastest growing economies in Africa, actively shaping Africa's integrated economic landscape. To further unlock its potential, I believe efforts are expected to involve optimizing its business climate to attract more high-value investments, streamlining regulations to reward innovation and entrepreneurship, maintaining policy continuity to honor long-term commitments, and sustainably securing financial support for more transformative projects. Collectively, these steps will prove instrumental in transitioning Zimbabwe to a diversified, innovation-led economic model which powers the realization of Zimbabwe's Vision 2030. To conclude, I kindly remind you to keep in touch with our embassy, and we are more than happy to facilitate all kinds of exchange and collaboration. I wish the International Business Conference and this year's Zimbabwe International Trade Fair every success. May this event promote deeper understanding, forge lasting partnership, and catalyze robust trade collaboration that fits all. Thank you, Tatenda Sayabanga Zivukanaka. Is that right? Always well. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause. Thank you very much for that presentation, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to Zimbabwe, His Excellency Mr. Zhou Ding. Thank you very much. It is now, as we know, that Japan we have got the Osaka 2025 opportunities for Zimbabwe in a global context. If we may put our hands together for His Excellency, Shinichi Yamanaka. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Good afternoon, Maskati Saribonani. It is my great privilege and honor to make a presentation in this prestigious ZITF International Business Conference in front of policymakers and business executives. My presentation topic is Osaka Kansai Expo 2025 and opportunities for Zimbabwe with Japan and a global context. Osaka is the second largest city of Japan in Kansai region. The expo will be held for 6 months from April 13 to October 13. Approximately 160 countries are participating. The expo is expected to attract 28 million visitors, not only from Japan, but from all over the world, including Zimbabwe. Embassy of Japan is working closely with ZimTrade and relevant ministries and agencies for the expo preparation. I am delighted that Zimbabwe has a dedicated pavilion at the expo with special focus on July 16, which has been designated as Zimbabwe's National Day. On National Day, many dignitaries from Zimbabwe are expected to visit Japan, and various events and activities will be held, including Zimbabwe Business Seminar and networking event. It will be quite honor for me if His Excellency President Mnangagwa could visit Japan on this special occasion. Theme of the expo is Designing Future Society for Our Lives. The expo will not be limited to introducing the latest cutting-edge products and technologies like flying taxis and human washing machines. But it will also provide an opportunity to brainstorm on how to solve issues facing international community, such as climate change and poverty, how to achieve SDGs, and how to build a brighter future for the next generation. In direct relation to Japan, since we have problems of low birth rates and aging population, Expo will be a good opportunity to find some solutions and differences for us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope that the Expo will strengthen business relations between Zimbabwe and Japan. Take note of the fact that current volume of business is low, even though we can see a lot of Japanese cars in the street. In terms of trade, the export from Zimbabwe to Japan, mainly tobacco leaves and mineral resources, such as platinum, ferrochrome, and manganese, are only $20 million annually. On the other hand, export from Japan to Zimbabwe, mainly automobiles, are $55 million annually. Trade volume remains at 1/7 or 1/8 of the level it was before the 2008 economic crisis. However, I would like to acknowledge positive development in recent years. Japanese companies are getting interested in agricultural and mining products in Zimbabwe. For example, the export of sesame from Zimbabwe to Japan started recently. Sesame has a good potential in business since it is important for Japanese food, including sesame oil. Government of Japan has started to support sesame seed production for small-scale farmers in Zimbabwe to expand its export to Japan. Another positive development was resumption of petalite export to Japan. After 2 years, Zimbabwean petalite is essential in production of traditional earthenware pots in Japan. Coffee export to Japan also resumed after 20 years. Given these developments, it is evident that business activities between Zimbabwe and Japan are expanding gradually and steadily. Let me also highlight a potential area for business opportunity in software businesses by utilizing human resources in Zimbabwe in collaboration with Japanese IT and venture business companies. These companies have advanced unique technologies, and their decision-making is quick and flexible. For example, an IT company called Pegara Japan is contributing towards food security in Zimbabwe by using their AI technology and drones to drive away harmful birds called Quelea that cause damage to the crops. Some Japanese companies are also getting interested in training and employing young, talented Zimbabweans for their businesses, since they appreciate their high ability and work ethic, in addition to similarity in characters between our two nations. However, in order to expand investment and other business opportunities significantly in Zimbabwe, it is important to accelerate the current process of economic reform and to improve infrastructure such as electricity, water supply, and road transport. Tourism also has a good potential. The number of tourists from Japan estimates approximately 10,000 annually, mainly to Victoria Falls. There is a good possibility of increasing the number of Japanese tourist arrivals and to lengthen their stay. Zimbabwe has a lot of tourist attractions and friendly people with warm hospitality. I would like to many Zimbabweans to come to Japan. Visiting and experiencing are the most effective means for mutual understanding and appreciation. There's a need to address misconception that some Japanese still have about Zimbabwe, such as economic crisis and hyperinflation, which occurred more than 15 years ago. Therefore, before the specific business discussions and examinations with Japanese counterparts, it is important to eliminate these old images and let them know the real future and attraction of Zimbabwe, such as highly educated, gentle and polite people, good potential in agriculture, mining and tourism, rich culture and stability of the country. The Expo, especially National Day, is a very good opportunity to show the presence of Zimbabwe and let all the participants get more information about this beautiful country. I hope the Expo will be a good platform for both Zimbabwean and Japanese companies to realize new business opportunities and to find suitable partners for collaboration. There are a lot of tourist attractions in Osaka, such as Osaka Castle, amusement park, Universal Studios, and various entertainment and shopping places. We welcome all the guests with Japanese hospitality. Japan will also host the Tokyo International Conference for African Development, TICAD 9, from August 20 to 22 this year. Leaders and dignitaries from all African countries, including Zimbabwe, are expected to visit Japan. The purpose of the conference is to discuss issues facing African countries and expectation of Japan's corporation's contribution towards African development. It is also a good occasion to exchange information and find the possibility of collaboration between African visitors and Japanese counterparts. One of the success stories of TICAD is ZIMSAT-1, the first Zimbabwean satellite launched in November 2022, which was initiated during TICAD 7 meeting in 2019. The satellite is beneficial for water management, monitoring deforestation, and disaster management. It also provides accurate weather reports, which can support agricultural production. In conclusion, I would like to leverage two important events this year, Osaka Kansai Expo and TICAD 9, to strengthen comprehensive partnership and promote mutual understanding between Zimbabwe and Japan. Thank you very much. Tatenda Siabonga.
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause, please. Another big round of applause. Thank you very much to each one of you. Thank you very much. And now it is my pleasure to invite the EU ambassador to Zimbabwe, the EU delegation, leading the EU delegation, Ambassador Jobst.
Thanks a lot, Director of Ceremony. I would like to recognize the guest of honor, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Dr. General Retired CGDN Chiwenga, and otherwise right on the protocols because we are very much advanced in time, and I think it's me which separates you from tea and lunch. The European Union, ladies and gentlemen, in 2025 will put the private sector in the center. Why is that? Because we have launched an initiative worldwide which is Global Gateway, which aims at sustainable connectivity and sustainable development. But in reality, all this is done by the private sector. And when we talk today about economic resurgence of Zimbabwe, the government is an enabler, we are a partner, but those who invest the money, those who create the jobs, those who drive this is the private sector. And I'm sure you agree with me on that. So I think we find ourselves together with Zimbabwe as a partner to drive that agenda forward. And if I look only back a couple of months, we have made available through our bank, the European Investment Bank, and the French development bank Proparco, 60 million euro as loans through NMB and Stanbic with a long tenure, because capital is crucial for investment. Capital is crucial if it comes to manufacturing. We have tripled the investment, the EU investment in Zimbabwe in the last 2 years. We have increased trade by 10%. We are the biggest buyer of horticulture projects. How? Because when the whole world is talking about tariffs, the EU is offering any Zimbabwean company to export tariff and duty-free to the EU. As a Team Europe, the EU with our member states and also Switzerland, we inject over 500 million euros into sustainable agriculture and women empowerment in Zimbabwe only. And finally, we are here today in ZITF with a stand bigger than before, more member states, more European companies. So should we lay back and leave it there? And my answer to you is no. And the highlight of this year in 2025 is something we have never tried before. We will have on the 20th of May until the 22nd of May, the first EU-Zimbabwe Business Forum. We will bring in companies from the European Union and European companies from the region and try to match them with Zimbabwean companies. Now, we don't do this blindly, and I would like to thank in particular our main partner, SIDA, who is acting as the one-stop shop, but also, of course, Simtrade, and also CZI, who obviously is in charge of all the companies. We bring companies here, but as I said, we don't do it blindly. We were sitting together and we are thinking about what are value chains where Zimbabwean companies are interested and it would drive the Zimbabwean economy forward, and what are value chains which are interesting for European investors. And here we came up with 3. The first one is horticulture, agriculture, and agro-processing. Here we are talking about high-value crops, avocados, berries, citrus, coffee, tea, macadamia nuts, etc. The second one is renewable energy, off-grid developments, but also major renewable energy for mining, for example. And the third one is the mining value chain. And here we are looking in particular in beneficiation. I think this ties very much in with what we are seeing here. We are looking into lithium, the platinum group. We are looking into supplies, services in terms of mining. And then we have cross-cutting issues, which are obvious. Transport, logistics, technical and vocational training, and financial services, because capital is needed in order to have this kind of investment. So on the 20th of May, we have booked the Makels Hotel entirely for 2 days. And everybody, any Zimbabwean company, any European company can register for free. You can just come to our stand in hall number 4, or if that is too long for you, because there you could register directly, you could simply go on the internet, type 2025 European Union Zimbabwe Business Conference, and you will get the necessary links to register. Companies can meet, companies can match, because we believe in A, there are lots of opportunities in Zimbabwe, and B, it is good to work together, to have joint ventures, not to do greenfield investments, but to benefit from local knowledge and combine it with international, with European knowledge, and eventually as well the capital. So I'm looking forward that all the captains of industry in that room will register today, and we will have a successful first ever European Union Zimbabwe Business Conference. Thank you very much.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, for this diplomatic session, a big, big round of applause. Big round of applause. Thank you to your excellencies. Thank you. You may take leave. You may take leave. We are very grateful. Thank you. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, and now we'll go through marketing slots for our platinum sponsors. NASA, please come and say a few words. NASA, and then Nedbank comes through. NASA. Are you from NASA? Okay, sorry. Nedbank, is that NASA? Please come.
Good afternoon. Once again, I will write on the previous protocols and say all protocols observed. My name is Dr. Shara. I'm the CEO of NASA. We'll just give you a bit of a quick understanding of what NASA does. And I know there's always a lot of jitterings when it comes to NASA issues. NASA provides social security to formerly employed people in Zimbabwe. That is why we are sponsoring this event, because we need to catch all the decision makers, because you decide on what should happen. You employ the people from where we take contributions from. This is through our two schemes, the pensions and other benefits scheme, as well as the accident prevention and workmen's compensation scheme. After paying benefits, we invest excess funds to guarantee the long-term sustainability of our schemes. So NASA invests, but we only invest excess funds from whatever we'll have collected. Just as a brief, in the past 35 years, we have collected around $6 billion US dollars, not 27, but 6 billion. And of that amount, I think you can see what NASA has done across the breadth and the width of the country, in addition to paying our pensioners and the people injured at work. This makes us a notable investment partner in Zimbabwe. We employ an impact investment strategy that is geared towards stimulating economic productivity, job creation, and job protection. As a result, we are invested in many industries, including agriculture value chain, housing development, property development, renewable energy, and infrastructural development, just to mention a few. We also invest in public and private equities, the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange, where we control around 10% of the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange, as well as the very significant presence on the VFX. Our other major role is the promotion of occupational safety and health. This is very important. I want you to take note of this. This is particularly important as we move towards Vision 2030, because increased productivity results in increased risks in the workplace. The more we open up industries, the more we do production, the higher the risk to our employees. And we must always remember that we can never achieve Vision 2030 when we have got a diseased or injured workforce. I therefore urge you as leaders to invest in safe work practices as you do your business. NASA is there to assist and train your employees to make sure they are working safely. Finally, I would like to extend my gratitude to the National Economic Consultative Forum and the ZITF for considering us as a worth partner for this prestigious and important conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, NASA, one of our platinum sponsors. Thank you. And now we have got our platinum sponsor, NetBank Zimbabwe. Can I ask that we play, they've got a video. Can we play the NetBank video, please? Technical?
Good for individuals, families, businesses, and society. We gave ourselves a responsibility.
Can we restart that, please, and put up the volume?
About money and shift them to new, empowering ones. We realized that we gave our. At NetBank, we defined our purpose as to use our financial expertise to do good for individuals, families, businesses, and society. We gave ourselves a responsibility to challenge old limiting paradigms about money and shift them to new, empowering ones. We realized that we can bring value to society out of our core strengths and what is germane to our business, extensive financial expertise. We do this through financial support, but more importantly, advisory services for individuals and the following sectors and businesses. We also offer corporate finance. Whether you need capital to finance a business venture, working capital to expand your business, or finance vehicles or plant machinery, we have the right solution to meet your specific business needs. Our corporate finance has big interests in mining, rendering support to the sector in a number of ways. Other corporate finance offerings include capital reconstructions, corporate restructuring, commercialization, privatization, localization, and equity investment advice, financial due diligence, investment advisory services, private placements, mergers and acquisitions, and business valuations. Small medium enterprises, SMEs. We understand that when you trust us with your business, you are entrusting us with your vision. We strive to work closely with you to build a firm financial base and find ways in which our banking solutions can be optimized to suit your diverse needs. We offer a myriad of products and are well placed to service and support the unique needs of the following. Traditional small businesses in various sectors, including agro-processing, mining, distribution, retail or wholesale, service industry, food and beverage, manufacturing, transport and tourism. Sole proprietors, professional practices, private business certificate holders, small franchise operators, registered savings and credit cooperative societies, SACCOs. Agribusiness. We provide guidance and support on all agriculture-related requests and ensure continuity, accessibility, and quick decision-making. Partnerships with leading academic institutions keep us abreast of the latest research developments and emerging trends in the industry. We have tailored, flexible, and cost-effective finance packages that specifically cater for the sector. We match export and import needs with strong global transacting products and simplified risk hedging instruments. Our specialist industry knowledge is aligned to the needs of three main market sectors, namely agronomy, horticulture, livestock production. Franchising. Our franchising is a unit which was created to devise and deliver tailored solutions for the franchise market. With our client-centric philosophy, partnering with you to grow your franchise. Nedbank Franchising offers clients a banking partnership founded on our willingness and ability to understand your franchise and provide you with a solutions-driven service. We take both the franchisor and franchisee's needs into account. Our holistic approach includes lending, transactional, and value-added solutions. The bank has introduced numerous digital banking capabilities to simplify banking and improve customer experience. Our digital innovations include mobile banking using the USSD platform or mobile banking app, internet banking, online account opening, an enhanced contact center for improved customer queries handling, POS, point of sale, iPOS, integrated point of sale, and MPOS, mobile point of sale machines, and a vast network of ATMs that dispense USD and Zimbabwean dollars. We also facilitate DSTV payments, Zimra payments in USD and Zimbabwean dollars, and have a prepaid MasterCard available for your convenience. Our fully fledged international banking unit offers services in offshore finance, international business and SWIFT payments, facilitating foreign transactions such as foreign payments, foreign receipts processing, telegraphic transfers, CD1s and CD3s. Nedbank's value-added services include financial planning, business assurance, investment planning, estate planning, offshore financial planning, and short-term insurance. We do not just throw money at you. That would be bad banking. We provide a considerable measure of support. Our financial advisory role will drive us to provide real engagement to ensure that what we deliver is sustainable for you, the society, and for us. We are the money experts who do good. See money differently. Nedbank.
Thank you to our platinum sponsors. Thank you. Let's give them a big round of applause. NASA, thank you. Nedbank, thank you very much. That being said, thank you for staying, though. Thank you for all of you for just being here. We want to just finish what's on the program, which is one more panel discussion. Then we are done for this business conference. If I can ask the moderator, Professor Mandivamba Rukuni. Professor Rukuni, please come. Professor Rukuni, please come. And I will also ask our panelists, Dr. Nicholas Masiandima, Deputy Director, Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. Dr. Nicholas. I see Professor Rukuni. From Nedbank, our platinum sponsor, my big brother Harry, please come through. Zida, CEO Zimbabwe Zida, or his representative, Mr. Tafadzwa Chinamo. And then last but not least, Mr. Christopher Mgaga, my big brother. I saw you somewhere earlier on, Mr. Christopher Mgaga, Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce. Please come through and take seats. We'll have the moderator on the first seats. Dr. William Kavila is representing Dr. Nicholas. Thank you. Oh, yes. The Zida CEO is here. Mr. Tafadzwa Chinamo is here. Thank you very much. I'll leave this to Professor Rukuni.
Master of Ceremonies, would like to write on all protocols. So this session is the last session, and hopefully won't keep you too far away from your lunch and so on. This session is on unlocking Zimbabwe's industrial potential, as policies, partnerships, and finance. So we're looking at, or the panelists will be looking at the various strategies for mobilizing resources for the drive, industrialization drive, for Africa generally, Zimbabwe in particular. So we're looking at investments, skills, technologies needed to accelerate the pace of economic growth, as well as integration within the region. I do have a very, very well-endowed panel here, 4. In the interest of time, we'll just go straight into it, and I'll start with Dr. Nicholas Masiandima, who is Deputy Director, Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, to focus on the broad issue of the industrialization agenda, its challenges and opportunities. So, Dr. Masiandima, my question for you is, if we look at the last 5 or so years, Zimbabwe's economy has actually stabilized enough to be able to absorb massive pace of industrialization, but that's not happening. And part of it is that the financial services system is kind of constrained, unable to provide the much needed finance which is patient enough to be able to do the job. So, as the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, how are you dealing with this, and when are we going to see this massive flow of finances from our own financial services system? Sir.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Just a point of correction, I think there was some mistake on the, my name is William Kavila.
William?
Kavila.
William Kampula.
Kavila.
Kavila.
Yes.
My apologies, sir. They obviously printed the wrong name for me here, but it's okay.
It's not your fault, actually.
We apologize.
It's not your fault.
Are you with the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe now?
Yes, yes.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Proceed, sir.
Thank you very much. I think we have come to the right time now where we should actually start seeing an improvement in the issue of financing. The economy is now stabilized. I think we've had issues a few years ago in the recent past where there were actually ups and downs. And I think from the last quarter of last year up to now, we have seen remarkable stability. So I want to say that basically the stability that we saw in 2024 backwards was not very long-lasting to some extent. And what we are seeing now is really stability, which we think we can take advantage of. Thank you.
So, in terms of specific elements of the monetary policy, targeting industrialization, what's there for us? And as you're at it, I've always been tempted to ask the question, at what point will the monetary policy make it such that everything we export, or at least most of it, is paid for in ZiG, so that our ZiG can become an international currency? What do you say to that?
Can you come again, Mr. Moderator?
The monetary policy, as we speak today, what are the specific elements of it which you believe will push and drive investments for manufacturing and industrialization? But I then gave you a trick question in addition, because that's your last question. Because I always wondered why we export gold, lithium, tobacco. Why Why isn't the monetary policy requiring that some of it or most of it is paid for in ZIG so that our currency can be an international currency as opposed to just backing it up with gold? I'm a layperson, so maybe it's a stupid question, but I've always wanted to ask that question. Over to you, sir.
So what we have really in the monetary policy statement, I mean, the monetary policy current position is that it is quite tight, but we've made available what is called the targeted finance facility, which surprisingly the industry is not making use of. I'm not very sure the reasons that they have. Maybe they've got some reasons that they have for not utilizing this facility. Now we've had the minister aiding another facility, which is really going to be complementary. So we actually are asking the industry to make use of the targeted finance facility to actually retool. On the issue of the export, I don't know, they're referring to the export surrender requirements. Basically, we do need Forex for government to also do its operations. And remember also that we are actually in a multi-currency system. We'll definitely need that to convert some of the export earnings to ZIG. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I'll move over to the Managing Director for Nedbank Zimbabwe, Dr. Sibongile Moyo. I'm sure being represented by who today? Can you please introduce yourself?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Well, I hope my microphone is audible. Yes. My name is Harry. I'm the Country Exec, Business Development.
All right. So here's the question for you, Doc.
Thank you.
Exactly in what industries is Nedbank investing at the moment in Zimbabwe?
Yes.
And how are you doing it?
Yeah, thank you very much. So Nedbank is quite multi-sectoral in its approach. You'd find that Zimbabwe is quite dynamic in terms of its endowments of resources, which then gives us an opportunity to pick and choose. I think we've been very active within the mining space, where there's been a need for companies to gravitate towards green energy and also try and de-risk what's the paucity of power solutions that's coming into the market. I think sometime last year, there was a request from one counterparty in the market where they were looking for a power infrastructure solution that required $60 million. So you'd find that I think a lot of banks, they did take the paper, but they were not able to bring it to fruition. How we're able to unlock that particular opportunity is we're able to syndicate. Because when you look at the size of the banking landscape in Zimbabwe, for a paper like 60 million, for example, it is fairly big compared to the size of the equity. For example, your typical bank probably has about $50 million in terms of its equity. And if we are to be guided by the single obligor limit, which is maximum 25% that you can lend to one counterparty, it is a maximum of 12.5 million. So with 12.5 million, you can't do a stretch of 13 kilometers worth of road. So that's typically the size of the constraint.
Wonderful. So Nedbank is a regional bank, right? You are across most of Africa.
Nedbank is multinational.
Yes, so in that regard, what's your advice to the industrialists in Zimbabwe in terms of opportunities and capabilities to leverage more resources for investment?
Yeah.
With your experience in the region as a bank?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think our advice to industry is, number one, the need for collaboration and creating pods. I like what the horticultural sector has done, whereby they've aggregated and created one center of excellence, which allows them to bring up a bigger ticket. Because when you now want to be dealing with the bigger boys, it's one thing talking about an invoice of 10 kilograms, but it's another conversation when you're talking of an invoice of 10 tons, for example. So our ability to mobilize resources and also look for information will set us apart going forward.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I move over to Mr. Tafaz Gwachinamo, who is CEO of ZITF, Zimbabwe Investment Development Agency. CEO, so who is investing more in Zimbabwe reindustrialization, domestic funders, investors, or FDI?
Thank you, Professor Kuni. Yeah, so I think it's a mix. In terms of industrialization, I would actually say that there's a lot of investment taking place on account of our own local businesses. There's a lot of retooling that's taking place. But I think, as we just heard from Harry here, the capacity of the local banking industry to lend the sort of expansion that's required is always a challenge. So I think we do have that problem. On the foreign side, I think we see more of investors coming to the primary sectors, so your extraction mainly. But if we're speaking industrialization proper, I actually think that there is a lot taking place from our small businesses, local businesses. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, it is. So, CEO, how are you working with the other ZIDAs in the region, in SADC and in COMESA? How are you working with them to leverage more investment towards Zimbabwe?
So I think that's something that's not, I'll say that we're just starting that conversation, but there is merit, I think, in leveraging our combined capacities as a region. Obviously, some type of investments you would want, when you scale up as a region like that, I think it becomes more attractive to the investor. So if you're talking of road networks, say, or rail networks, being a landlocked country obviously means that we also have to work with our counterparts, our equivalents in, say, South Africa, Mozambique, or Namibia. But that conversation, it really took off, I think, during SADC, when we had the SADC summit here. There was a lot of discussion about regional cooperation in that regard, and it's something that we've just started now to try and implement. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, sir, for that response. So lastly, I go to Mr. Christopher Mgaga, CEO of Zimbabwe National Chambers of Commerce. So to you, CEO, are your members mostly traders or industrialists? And how does that impact on your policy engagement with government?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. Thank you very much. Yes, allow me to observe protocol. Coming from the Chamber of Commerce, arguably the oldest business association in the country, obviously with a history which dates back to 130 years ago. You see our interests are across the value chain, from the farmer himself who produces to the retailer who sells the product. So it's very significant to have an appreciation of the structure of the Chamber of Commerce. So the Chambers of Commerce comprises a lot of associations and companies, be it manufacturing, traders, as you mentioned, education, foreign companies even domiciled in different parts of the country. And our mandate, as you know, is to remain as independent as possible also, but maintaining that voice of business. I'm sure that can answer your question briefly.
So my last question for you, CEO, is, and na CSO, na namseamwa businesses, are they part of your membership? And we know that they've lifted this economy for the last at least 20 years, including manufacturing to some extent. So what is your engagement with government as far as that part of the economy is concerned? How do we ensure that the policy space really acknowledges them and we take the best out of them and they become fully engaged with yourselves and government?
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, every business in the country, you can talk of the blue chip counters, your Delta. You can talk of some of the biggest manufacturing companies, your Varun Beverages. You can talk of the smallest shop also. Yes, if they have the willingness, obviously, they can be part of the family. But like I said, it's very significant to make sure that we emphasize on our role. Every business which is formal is a business of the member of commerce. So you will see we are not limited to a particular sector, Mr. Moderator. From the biggest company you can dream of on the stock exchange, and also some companies outside Zimbabwe, certainly they are part of OUR, including the Museum. I'm not sure. We are also on a campaign to teach the world about the Museum. Because some of the businesses are calling Museum, obviously, black-owned people businesses. We have a chance to grow against all odds in this market. In fact, what is of interest maybe is for you, Mr. Moderator, to strongly appreciate that of possibly all the companies in the country, 75% of them now are small, medium enterprise, and we can't afford to ignore them because that's the bedrock of Zimbabwe's economic transformation at the moment.
Sir, thank you very much. So there you are. I managed to get some really good responses from the panelists, but in the interest of time, we can only afford maybe a couple of really burning questions if there are any. I'll just only have one round and pick two or so, and then we are done. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Monica Mchangwa. I'm the Minister of Women Affairs, Community Development and SMEs. Listening to the panelists, I just want to comment on the last intervention by Mr. Christopher Mgaga. And I'm very happy that he actually answered your question quite adequately to some extent. To the facilitator, I think the word Msiama or something like that, it's really derogatory. Maybe we are referring to our Zimbabwean businesses as Msiama, but these are the people who are the pulse of the economy. They are bringing more than 60% to the GDP of this country. They are also very ready to comply, to pay their statutory requirements. We are getting a lot of support and we're working together with ZNCC and other stakeholders to make sure that they are formalized. What is required is to make sure that we give them service. The SMEs in this country require services. We can't have a one-size-fits-all. The other thing I just wanted to say is the definition of micro, small and medium enterprises. A micro is one with 1 to 5 employees. A small is 5 to 31 employees. And a medium enterprises is a company with 31 to 75. So think about it. How many companies in our country which have got more than 75 employees and a turnover of more than 2 million? I just raised my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. I think that was it, right? Thank you so much, and if I may then ask for a big round. Oh, you want to respond? There's another one? One final one? Over here, yes.
Yeah. So my question is to Nedbank, where I just want to understand for those industries that you've supported, enterprises that you have supported, how many of them are led by women or percentage led by women, and what has been the experience?
Thank you. So, last words and responses. We'll start with you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Convener, and Madam, thank you for the question. So, there are quite a number of women. I don't have the statistics with me right now, but particularly for women, I think they're quite front and center in terms of our strategy. We've partnered with Zimtrade. There's an initiative that we've sponsored over the last 2 or so years. It's called the Next Year Exporter, where we take emerging MSME women-led businesses. They go through a skills development training program up to the point when they now have the literacy, the capacity to be able to manage a semi-sophisticated business. And from what I gather, one of the ladies actually ended up in China, and she got an order from China that she's in the process of aggregating. So that's been our journey.
Thank you. Any last words?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just to affirm to the audience that the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe remains committed to macroeconomic stability, which actually will support industrialization. So we will continue to pursue a prudent demand supply management in the quest for actually having liquidity actually going on, the situation going on right now. So for those of us we expect the ZIG to fall, tough luck for you. It's not going to happen as long as we are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. CEO Chinamo, please, any last words?
Okay, thank you. I think for me, it really is to just emphasize that industrialization is a journey. And I guess we've got to, first of all, agree and decide what we want to industrialize first, what we believe we can do relatively easy to give us that confidence that it is possible. But I think tackling all the sectors, all the areas at once might be a bit too much, it might be frustrating, and we may find ourselves not achieving much and therefore become discouraged. So I say that, look, it is a journey and we can do it. We've done it in the past, so I don't see why we can't do it again. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. CEO Mugaga, your last words.
Thank you, Moderator. Is Chamber of Commerce, being one of the shareholders to ZITF, I think, Mr. Moderator, you appreciate there are 4 shareholders to Zimbabwe International Trade Fair. We are certainly excited to be contributing in a very positive way, the way we do. Unfortunately, maybe because of time, what we had prepared for the panel, we did a disservice, I feel like, to the audience. We could have maybe done more. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies for that. Yes. But all the same, I think a big round of applause for our panelists who have done so well in such a limited time. Thank you. Over to you, MC.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. We appreciate you. Thank you, Nedbank. If I can get a handheld mic, please. If I can get a roving microphone. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much there. Now, I know that the ZITF staff have been taking a ball around, collecting business cards. Our platinum sponsor, Nedbank, would like to give away some goodies for you. Yeah, we've been sitting and we're here. Can I get that ball, please? Can I pick a card quickly right now and give away something? ZITF, please just bring what you have. We'll do another round. Just keep coming. I'm not rigging. We'll get, I need us to go to, we don't rig at ZITF. Thank you. Another ball go around, eh? Okay. Thank you very much. So, here we go. First round. Our Honorable Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, please come and help me. Or you can pick from there, actually. You can pick from there. Let me shuffle this for you. I'm sure you've got another ball, right? Can I get what we're giving away, please? Can I get what we're giving away? ZITF stuff? Please pick a card. Please pick a card. Who is the winner? Who is the winner? The winner, Ruth Ngube, AFC Holdings. You win yourself a traveling case. Please leave one for the MC. All right, leave one for the MC. Is Ruth here? Ruth? There you go. Harry, are you coming to present? Please come and present. Picture, picture, picture. There you go. You can actually exchange this with the one that you have, Mama. How are you? Been a minute. Good to see you. So Harry will come and do the honors. Harry's going to do the honors there. Pictures, pictures. If you've got a business card, please bring it. Please collect, my sister. I see she's coming around. They are now, no, deputy, you cannot, honorable, you cannot throw in yours in here. Hi, Mama. Are you well? Good. All right, I'm just waiting for a few more to come, so that nobody feels disenfranchised. Is that the English? There we go. Okay, thank you. All right. When we're asking for them at the door, they're saying, no, 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 no. All right, guys, please come. Oh, yeah. Huh? Cynthia, you can come with what you've got. You can come with what you have. National Railways of Zimbabwe, okay. All right. Minister of Veterans, Ministry of Veterans of the Liberation Struggle. Okay, no problem. We love all of you here at Nedbank. We'll give you. All right, there we go. Now, hey Latifa, how are you? Good. Okay, Honorable, please do the honors. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Pick one, please. There we go. Who's next? From Kutaga, Dr. Frank Magama. Dr. Frank. Dr. Frank. Me too, of the same person. They keep one. All right, Dr. Frank. Is Dr. Frank here? Can I have these cases closer to me, please? No, you cannot talk for him. If he's not here, he's not here. If he's not here, he's not here. We keep it moving. All right, let me take this back. If you're not here, you're not here, unfortunately. You have to be here to win it, because there's a picture being taken. Okay. All right. Julie Grobley, Third Secretary, Embassy of Switzerland. Going once? But I think they already have it. They already have the traveling suitcases. Embassy of Switzerland, surely you've got one from Switzerland. Let's try and see. There we go. Mr. Arthur Mazvei Sadiq. Mr. Arthur, are you here? Once you hear your name, please jump. Please jump. We want to move. We want to move. If you lost your phone, it's right here. If you lost your phone, these ones we don't hide, we just show you. It's here. Just come and get your phone. We don't ask you what type of a phone. It's here. Please go there. Oh, no, Latifa is here. These ones we don't ask you. Kambudzi tinga kubvunza kuti chinga ungoitora kambudzi kawo. Aisi Pro Max aisi. Tone yenyu. Yenyu tobvunza kuti. All right, we've got Public Service Commission. Mr. Preston Wena. Is Mr. Preston here? Please come. Please come. If you're Mr. Preston, please come. Let's quickly move it. The chairman, no, chairman, I'm going to go to chairman. Chairman, I'm going to donate. All right, and then we have Tulisi Ngube, EMF, Medical Aid Fund. Please, Mkoma, Mawana suitcase, Nyasofambai. Tulisi, are you here? Going once? Going twice? Where's Mtulisi? Oh, you're Mkwasha wangu. Aish, hanza zimuripano. Aiwa, Mtulisi. Is Mtulisi here? Okay. Who's next, Honorable? Who's next, Honorable? Who's next? Next is Tinashe Mugadza. Agricos. Is Tinashe here? There is Tinashe. How many ladies? One. None? One. So far we've done how many men? 3. Yes? Okay. Your hands, Honorable. titsvakirewo minista vari pano tsvakai sarengere chikadzi apa kwete tendaika tsvakai. It's okay. Nedbank iri pano vari kuona kuti it's transparent everything here. Just get uyo siwinile uyu siwi uyu koyu siwinile uyu siwinile tiri kuwina murume zvese kai Swinile, female. There we go, Swinile. You've just won. Let's clap hands for Swinile. There we go. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much. And what are you getting? Honorable. Honorable. Same as when you're foreign affairs. I'm not taking my mind to New York. All right, picture taken, right? Last Honorable Minister Mtuli sent a video. Please play his video. Otherwise, I'll be out of employment. Play his video, play his video. And then we're going to lunch. Is it ready?
Well, thank you for inviting me to this ZITF International Business Conference. First of all, let me recognize the Honorable Vice President, who is a guest of honor at this conference, and say all protocols observed. You asked me to speak about financing for industrialization. Colleagues, this year we're in the final year for the NDS-1 implementation process towards Vision 2030. During the NDS-1, we are targeting objectives such as moving the economy towards higher value chains, structural transformation, infrastructure and utilities development, supporting the digital economy, among other things. And as the SADC chair this year, we're also focusing on the industrialization agenda. In the area of knowledge acquisition, we're all aware that we, as a government, we've been pushing the notion of innovation hubs, institutions of higher learning, and what we're doing going forward to finance activities from these hubs is to do an MOU between the National Venture Fund and the various innovation hubs in our state universities for funding for patient capital from the National Venture Fund. We know that these innovation hubs have done very well all through the COVID period, developing PPPs, the masks and other sanitizers and all, and they really have demonstrated their capacity to innovate. And this is one area to finance, one area of us to finance industrialization by supporting our innovation hubs through the National Venture Fund. But generally, we're focused on supporting the various value chains, be it the cotton value chain, tobacco value chain, pharmaceuticals value chain, and other agro value chains. This is one way we can really push industrialization. And so it's very important for us then to design our funding requirements along these value chains in order to increase and improve structural economic transformation. Or if you look at the IDC, the Industrial Development Corporation, the IDC has been supported by government in the past by establishing a development finance fund alongside what they do as core business. This fund was meant to be invested in startups, in new businesses. This is how we also financed industrialization through the IDC. In addition to that, our various banks have been sourcing lines of credit from offshore, although they've not been as abundant, they've been limited because of the arrears skills, but nevertheless we've been receiving some lines of credit. Banks such as CAPS, NNB, CPZ, for example, among others. All of this has gone towards supporting industry and industrialization. Government has also been supporting our dedicated financial institutions, our empowerment institutions. For instance, the Women's Bank has been supporting small and budding startups who have the potential to become successfully industrialized. And also over time, we expect the power bank to begin to refinance startups that have the potential to grow. The same thing applies to SMETCO. So the support for these specialized financial institutions is one way in which, as government, we're supporting the industrialization of our economy. I must hasten to add that for the Youth Bank and the Women's Bank, this year I awarded them the prescribed asset status, which means that any pension fund that works with them to diversify risk, to get into various projects, that entity will be able to earn brownie points as well through the prescribed assets provisions. And here I'm targeting pension funds and encouraging pension funds to partner with the Women's Bank and the Youth Development Bank so that the youth and the women can be supported as potential industrial entrepreneurs going forward. The creation of the National Venture Fund, which I've mentioned earlier in the context of innovation hubs, has also gone a long way in supporting startups which could become serious industrial players in the future. The National Venture Fund, which is financed by government through the budget, provides what we call patient capital or equity finance, as opposed to debt financing in the main. But also, they tell me now that they're into other innovative financing schemes and structures to enable our startups to be successful. They're able to invest for up to 7 years in a project before they divest, sell to the original project promoters or to other parties or do a trade sale. So the National Venture Fund is a critical pillar for our industrialization drive as well. This year we've set aside 108 million to support the National Venture Fund, and we hope this will go a long way in stimulating some of the startups. Also in this year's budget, 2025 budget, I announced the creation of a new industrial development fund. This fund, capitalized at 100 million ZIG, will be targeting sectors such as the pharmaceutical sector, agro-processing, cotton, leather value chain, among other value chains. And we've set up a structure between the Minister of Finance, Minister of Industry and Commerce, supported by the National Venture Fund, because they've got the investment administration structures. And so this tripartite will then manage the deployment of these funds with the Minister of Industry and Commerce driving us, pointing us in the right direction where these funds ought to be deployed. So, colleagues, you can see that as government, we are very serious about supporting our industrialization and the value chains in development in general.
Well, thank you very much, the Honorable Minister. I know that his colleagues from the ministry are here, so let's clap hands for him so that they will tell him we clapped hands. Thank you. That being said, vote of thanks, closing remarks. ZITF, please come through and give us very, very short closing remarks. I see you're holding a folder. You need it for the closing remarks. Okay.
Thank you very much. I will. Thank you, our MC, and allow me to say all protocol observed. It is with great appreciation that I stand before you to deliver the closing remarks for what has been a highly productive and engaging 2025 International Business Conference. Over the course of the day, we have witnessed insightful discussions, constructive engagements, and valuable contributions that will undoubtedly shape Zimbabwe's industrial and economic landscape in the years to come. Allow me to begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to our guest of honor, Honorable General Retired Dr. C.G.D.N. Chiwenga, for gracing this occasion with his presence and delivering a thought-provoking keynote address. Your guidance and vision has set the tone for our deliberations, and we have remained committed to aligning our efforts to the national development agenda as we strive towards achieving Vision 2030. To our esteemed speakers and panelists, your expertise and thought leadership have enriched our conversations, providing invaluable perspectives on how we can revitalize industrialization for Zimbabwe's economic resurgence. The insights shared here today will go a long way in informing policy interventions, business strategies, and investment decisions. A special thank you to our sponsors and partners for their unwavering support. Your commitment to fostering dialogue and collaboration in Zimbabwe's economic development is commendable, and we deeply appreciate your contributions in making this conference a success. These include, of course, some you have heard, but let me repeat them. NASA, Nedbank, Traffic Safety Council of Zimbabwe, SIRDC, Zimbabwe Technological Solutions, POSB, Sinosteel, Zimasco, and CO Roundtable, Africa Roundtable. To all the delegates who have participated in this conference, your engagement and dedication have been truly inspiring. The active discussions, exchange of ideas, and the networking that have taken place today reflect a shared commitment to advancing our nation's economic transformation. We urge you to take forward the resolutions made here and translate them into tangible actions that will drive meaningful change. Lastly, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the management and the staff of the National Economic Consultative Forum, NECF, and the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair, ZITF company, for their meticulous planning and seamless execution of this prestigious event. Your hard work and dedication have ensured that this conference serves as a critical platform for dialogue and collaboration. As we conclude this year's international conference, let us remain steadfast in our pursuit of a vibrant and industrialized Zimbabwe as we journey towards the achievement of Vision 2030. Let us leverage the partnerships and ideas cultivated here to drive innovation and attract investment and create sustainable economic growth. Thank you all for your participation and contribution. Wishing you all the best in your exhibitions, as well as safe travel to those who are journeying back to their respective destinations. We look forward to reconvening next year to assess our progress and chart new paths for our nation's economic prosperity. We also value your feedback as to how we can make the event better going forward. And in that regard, we would appreciate if you can take time off your busy afternoon to complete the evaluation forms that are placed on the tables. Thank you very much, our MC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Allow me to thank the two sign language guys. Well done. Can you do Vision 2030? What did you do? Vision 2030. Oh, okay. All right. Vision. All right. Thank you. Guys, absolutely, you guys have been amazing. From 7 a.m. and you're here. You braved it out. You guys, well done. Thank you. And the chairman sent me, an apology that he asked me to read. And I think it's important that I read this. Chairman Busisa, special apology from the board and management on the power outage at the International Business Conference on 23 April 2025. The outage of electricity earlier was due to an unexpected fault on the power line into the fairgrounds of the Zimbabwe Conference and Exhibition Smart City. where we are. This is because we seem to be experiencing an overload on the normal power line, the conference backup generator from ZITF that had been running since morning, then also developed a technical fault. The ZITF technicians worked to resolve the technical fault on the generator as quickly as possible and restored power, which we are currently using. Nevertheless, the ZITF board and management wish to apologize for inconvenience and discomfort caused. The efforts to upgrade our facility into a smart city includes solarizing all our exhibition halls, including this whole auditorium, by order of the chairman, board, and management. And everybody said, "We forgive you." That is an apology, and we want to move now. Sorry. To exit, if I may ask our top table, our protocol officers, please lead our top table out to all. Number 1, for lunch, we may go through, Ambassador Mchangwa, we may go through our top table, top line. If we may go through straight, our protocol officers will take us through to hall number 1. And then I will follow you after. Before, let me just give instructions to... Our Excellencies, please move through. Our Excellencies, please go through as well. Please go through. If I may ask our ministers, please, we can then greet them whilst we are having the lunch. Do not detain them. Allow them to exit the room. Lunch, so that I will not keep this room any longer than we have done already. If we can greet them at the lunch hall, please. Hall number 1. Your Excellencies, please come. Ambassador Japan, if you may join our ministers, please come through. Our Ambassador China, please come through. We're going straight to lunch number 1. Everybody else, just hold on. Give me a minute, everybody. Your indulgence, please. I beg you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If they've gone through, then we can join them. Please do not hold the line. Let's keep it moving. Gatrambe chifamba. Isifambilile. Yebo. Mkazana. Asamben, my daughter.
With joy, we celebrate your arrival. A journey that NASA knows well, delivering on the promise to support all Zimbabweans. We celebrate your every milestone, those present and long gone, yet written in time, providing monthly benefits and unwavering commitment. NASA, striving always for exceptional customer experience.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Thank you.
You grow
very much.
With eyes of compassion of NASA. Promoting occupational safety and health. From curious to adulthood, NASA leading with solid investments. Let's celebrate heroes that see the vision, grow with the promise. Let's celebrate communities with reimagined innovative solutions. Let's celebrate as heroes together for our country. NASA, a lifelong promise.
To do good for individuals, families, businesses, and society. We gave ourselves a responsibility to challenge old limiting paradigms about money and shift them to new empowering ones. We realize that we can bring value to society out of our core strengths and what is germane to our business, extensive financial expertise. We do this through financial support, but more importantly, advisory services for individuals and the following sectors and businesses. We also offer corporate finance. Whether you need capital to finance a business venture, working capital to expand your business, or finance vehicles or plant machinery, we have the right solution to meet your specific business needs. Our corporate finance has big interests in mining, rendering support to the sector in a number of ways. Other corporate finance offerings include capital reconstructions, corporate restructuring, commercialization, privatization, localization, and equity investment advice, financial due diligence, investment advisory services, private placements, mergers and acquisitions, and business valuations. Small medium enterprises, SMEs. We understand that when you trust us with your business, you are entrusting us with your vision. We strive to work closely with you to build a firm financial base and find ways in which our banking solutions can be optimized to suit your diverse needs. We offer a myriad of products and are well placed to service and support the unique needs of the following. Traditional small businesses in various sectors, including agro-processing, mining, distribution, retail or wholesale, service industry, food and beverage, manufacturing, transport and tourism, sole proprietors, professional practices, private business certificate holders, small franchise operators, registered savings and credit cooperative societies, SACCOs, agribusiness. We provide guidance and support on all agriculture-related requests and ensure continuity, accessibility, and quick decision-making. Partnerships with leading academic institutions keep us abreast of the latest research developments and emerging trends in the industry. We have tailored, flexible, and cost-effective finance packages that specifically cater for the sector. We match export and import needs with strong global transacting products and simplified risk hedging instruments. Our specialist industry knowledge is aligned to the needs of three main market sectors, namely agronomy, horticulture, livestock production. Franchising. Our franchising is a unit which was created to devise and deliver tailored solutions for the franchise market. With our client-centric